In this video, we're going to build our own checklist app without writing a single line of code using a tool called Bubble. Now, before I say another word, let me show you a quick preview of exactly what we're going to be building throughout this course. In this browser, I am on the homepage of my completed checklist application called Torpedo List. Here we can see that I'm logged in as the user Shane with my profile picture there, looks quite nice. And here we can see the date that is today, as well as the number of tasks that I have due today. Now in this section below in white, we can see a number of lists of tasks that I have either upcoming, overdue, or tasks that I have completed. Now these are filtered by the date or the due date of these tasks. As you can see in upcoming, it's the tasks in the future. For overdue, it's tasks that are due in the past. Or we have this list of completed tasks, which you can see that are completed due to these nice green ticks, which is cool. Let's say, for example, I wanted to add a new task, which I can do by clicking this red button. If I want to create a new task, I just click this red button and I'm greeted with this pop-up called New Task. Let's say I'm working on a project to complete a renovation of my house. I'm at the stage now where I've just thought that I need to install a mirror in my bathroom. So I'm going to call this task Install Mirror. I can give it a due date. So let's say, for example, I want to have it complete by the end of next week at about 6 p.m. when I'm ready for my evening shower. At the moment, I haven't started it, so it's in the status of not started. The project that it's part of is my house renovation project. I'll show how we're going to set this up shortly. The section is, of course, in the bathroom. And let's say I haven't decided on the mirror that I need at the moment. So let's say I want to tag it as needs discussion, and I am waiting on a third party because I need to find out who can help me install this mirror. We'll touch on the section and the tag shortly as well, but for now, let's just say I'm going to create my task, and we can see that it is now added to my list of upcoming tasks here. Now I can find out more or make some changes to this task by clicking this button, and I can see I'm greeted with this edit task pop-up where I can make some changes. Let's say, actually I'm gonna have a later shower that night, it's gonna be at 8 p.m. I can click update and that will update my task there too. Now, let's say while I'm here, I've just realized that I have actually completed this get groceries task. I went to the grocery store early today. If I want to mark that as complete, I can do that in two ways. I can update the status here, or I can just click this box here and say, yes, I've completed it. It'll take it off that list and bring it into my completed list. You can see here the get groceries item is complete. So now that we've covered the home page, let's see some of the other things that we're seeing here. On the left-hand side, we have our navigation menu where we can navigate between our home page, a list of all of our tasks and our settings page, as well as a list of projects and a list of tags. Now we'll touch on these shortly, but firstly, let me show the My Tasks page. So at the moment, we can see a view where we're splitting our tasks between the categories of the due date, whether the status they're in. However, if I want to see just a complete list of all my tasks, I can do that by clicking on this My Tasks page. Now here we have a comprehensive list of all the tasks that we have assigned to us, as well as their status, their name, the tags that they have associated with them, as well as the due date. But here I can actually see some different views for my tasks. So at the moment, I am seeing these tasks in a list view. I can also decide to see them in a board view. So this is a bit of a Kanban board status style separation of our tasks, which is just a nice way to sort of visualize where we're at with each of our tasks and see a full list of our completed tasks, which is always nice. And lastly, there is also a calendar view. So we can do some planning around our tasks, see where we're at, see what we've got upcoming for this week, and just sort of see some different views for our tasks. Now, while I'm here, let's talk about tags. Within each of our tasks, we can assign tags to each of them. We can customize and create new tags on the left-hand side of our page here. Here we can see a list of all our tags. We have urgent, needs discussion, waiting on third party, ready, and low priority. I can add a new tag by clicking this button, giving it a name here. Let's just say, for example, I have a tag that I want to add. Let's say medium priority. I can give it a color. Let's say I want to also give this a color, let's say of purple, let's say. I can then create that and it will be added to my list there. Waiting on third party is also purple, but that's okay. If I wanted to make a change, I can simply click on the tag and make an adjustment here with the name or the color or anything of the like and click update. Then on our task list page, I can actually go ahead and filter my tasks based on their tag. So let's say, for example, I wanted to filter all the tags or all the tasks that are urgent. I can simply click that urgent tag and I can see my urgent tasks. So I do need to waterproof the shower and write the shopping list that is urgent. I need to do that. Maybe I will focus on those things. I can also choose to filter by the status of my tasks. So I can see all the tasks that I haven't started, or all the tasks that are in progress, or all the tasks that are complete. I can filter my list based on either the tag or the status in this view, which is just a nice way to sort of categorize and create a bit more of a simpler view of my tasks. Here I can also create a task as well, but I've already shown that. Let's talk about projects. So at the moment, we do have a pretty long list of all of our tasks. It's a little bit all over the place. If we then want to categorize our tasks or create a new set of tasks based on something specific, we can create a new project. So let's say, for example, I have my 3 projects here, my house renovation project. I want to start a new business, so that's my project, or dinners for the week. If I wanted to create a new project, I could simply just click this button here and create a new project, or I can go to an existing project which I'm working on, let's say the house renovation project. I click this button and I can see this category or this project called house renovation. Now here, for each of these tasks, they are also split into different sections. Now, this is just another way that we are going to split up our project even further and categorize our tasks a bit more meticulously. Here we can see all the tasks that I have associated with my bathroom section of my house renovation project. And I can split these up into different views. I can do the same for my kitchen, my living room section, or if a task doesn't have a section, I can have it in this no section part down the bottom. Now, this is really cool if I want to split it in my board view for my project. Rather than seeing my tasks by their status, I can actually split them into different sections in this view here, which is really cool. If I wanted to create a new section, that's as simple as creating a new section there. And if I wanted to edit my section, same thing there. Very comprehensive in the way that I can split up and categorize my tasks. Now here again, if I wanted to create a new task, let's say for example, a new task in my living room, let's say I wanted to buy a couch, I can see that because I've clicked it in this section, I have already brought up my house renovation and living room project and section. Let's say purchase couch. I want to do this again, let's say by mid next week at around lunchtime. It's in the status of in progress. I'm looking at the couches and the tags. Let's say I'm ready to do it because I've purchased. I know which tag. Which couch I want to buy. I can then add it to my list, and there we can see it has been added underneath my living room section there. So as you can see, we have a number of cool views and ways to filter and separate our tasks in this awesome application, which I'm going to show you how to build in this course. I will see you soon. If you've ever tried to build your own app or startup, I'm sure you know firsthand just how complicated the process can be. If you're anything like me and you don't know how to code, your options are quite limited. You can either try and source a technical co-founder, or you can pay a developer to build the app for you. Now, when it comes to paying someone to build an app using traditional code, I hope you're ready to make the choice between paying your first home deposit or building out a basic MVP.
But we don't have the money.
Now look, if none of these options seem suitable for you, don't stress. That's exactly what I'm here to help you with. If you don't know how to code, Bubble is going to be your new best friend on your startup journey. Bubble is what's known as a no-code tool, which in simple terms just means that you can create fully functional apps without having to write a single line of code. Using Bubble, our team has been able to create absolutely any app you can imagine. Things like marketplaces, ride-sharing apps, meal delivery apps, matchmaking apps, the list truly goes on. While there are plenty of no-code tools that can help with certain parts of the app development process, Bubble is a full-stack solution. It allows you to not only design the interface of your app, stitch everything together using visual workflows, store data directly in your own database, and of course, integrate with third-party tools and services. Now look, each one of these things would be a standalone no-code product. So it's truly insane to me that Bubble includes all of that in one single tool. Today, our focus is on creating our own checklist tool, kind of like a number of existing applications like Asana, Notion, Microsoft Planner, Google Tasks, and many more. But if you've ever looked at those applications in detail, you'll see how easy it is to get overwhelmed. There are just so many features in those tools that I won't have time to cover. But in this course, my main priority is building out 4 main features. We're going to build out our own task creation feature, so that way your users can create items to tick off their checklists. We're then going to show a list of tasks that are required to be completed based on their due date, as well as create a board view and a calendar view, and then add tags to tasks so they can be filtered in the views we create. And then finally, we're going to allow our users to group tasks together in projects and then split them up into different sections to allow our users to have a comprehensive view of all the tasks they're required to complete. Now look, at this point in time, I've truly rambled on for long enough. Let's jump into our Bubble editor and we can dive right in. Throughout this module, we're just going to take the time to set up and configure our own custom database, which is going to be used to power the rest of our checklist app. The very first step that we're going to take on our journey to build our custom checklist app is to create and configure the database of our application. Now, if you're new to building applications or new to Bubble, you may be thinking one of two things. What is a database and how do we build it? Well, a database is the foundation or a central component of any application. When I think of an application, I like to think of it as a platform that allows users to create, read, update, or delete entries in a database. For example, in our checklist application, we are going to allow users to create tasks, mark them as complete, add dates to them, add tags to them, categorize them in projects. These are all different data types and tables within our database that we're going to allow our users to make changes to and create new versions of within their own experience. Now, the thought of making all that a reality might sound a little bit difficult, which begs the second question of how do we do that? Well, lucky for us, Bubble makes that super simple. Creating and configuring a custom database in Bubble is actually pretty easy. I'm hoping to make it just as easy by referring to this document here, which is in a tool called Notion, which itself is a bit of a checklist application, which I'm going to include in the link of this course, allowing you to clone this and follow along as we go. Now, this document itself, particularly this section underneath this database heading, contains a few things. It contains these headings in bold here and these individual items. These headings in bold here are what are known as our data types, and these checklist items are our data fields. Now, what are these two things? A data type is essentially something that a user is creating or updating or reading or deleting in our application. It is a table of records that is being stored in our database. As you can see, there are a number of different data types that we're going to add to our database, such as our user data type, our task data type, our tags data type, and so on. These are things that are going to be created or updated whenever our users interact with our application. For example, whenever a new user signs up to our app, their user record is going to be stored in our user data type or our user table. They are then going to create tasks, which is going to be stored under a different data type in a different table, which can then be tagged and added to projects, which is all done and stored in a data type within our database. Now, for each of those data types, there are going to be associated data fields. They are what these checklist items are and can be thought of as the individual bits of information related to that data type. For example, let's look at our task data type. That task is going to have a name, which is going to be its own data field within that task record. It is going to have a due date. It is going to have a tag associated with it, a number of tags even. It is going to be linked to a project and a section, and it is going to have a status. These are all the data fields that are associated with our task data type. We're going to be adding these data fields to each of the data types in our database. However, they are going to be a specific type of data. Now that might sound a little bit confusing because there's data types and types of data, but the types of data are essentially the formats for each of these data fields. For example, the task is going to have a name, which is going to be a text field. This is because a name is a collection of characters or letters that creates words, which are going to be the name of our task. Our due date, however, is going to be of the type of data, date. The reason that is going to be a different a type of data is because Bubble allows us to do calculations dependent on the date of an entry. Here, this is actually a pretty powerful type of data. We're going to use it a fair bit within our application because we are going to assign due dates to each task, which is going to be its own data field as well. If we jump up to our user, let's say for example, the profile photo of our user, that is going to be an image type of data because that is going to be an image file stored in that data record. This is a pretty important part of the database, but like I said, we'll walk through these slowly when we start to add those into each of the data fields and the data types within our database. Now, you may be looking at these data fields here and see that they are one of two things. They are in a list and they are of a relational data type. Now, what does this mean? A relational database is essentially one that is interlinked and allows you to relate specific data types. Now, what does that mean? For example, in our user data type, we have to link the projects and the tags and the tasks that are associated to that user in a specific way. Now, why would we want to do that? For our tasks, for example, we want to link all of our tasks that a user creates to their own user record, but we can't store that underneath the user data type per se. We can't store all of this information underneath the user data type there. So instead, we need to create the task as its own data type and then link all of that information back to that user's record in the database. Now, we can do that, for example, by setting the task data field as a task type, which makes it relational in the database so that it links it all together, which is the outcome that we're trying to achieve. Now, if you were to do this in another low code or no code application, it would actually be a very difficult task. However, like I said, Bubble makes it really easy, and I'm going to show you how to do this throughout this module. So that's the relational aspect of our database. What about the list aspect? Within a user record, for example, they are not just going to be associated one task. They are going to have a number of tasks that they're going to create in their experience of our application. We can actually store a number of task data records against the user data type by storing them as a list. Now, the benefit of this is that we don't have to create an individual entry for each of those tasks in the user database. We can do that in the task data type there. Rather, we can store the list of tasks as a single entry separated by commas in a really simple format that, again, if we were to do that in another tool or even do that in an app that we code ourselves, that would be a really difficult task. However, Bubble makes it really, really easy, which again is another great reason that we use Bubble. So that is the list and relational aspect of our data types. There is one more thing I wanted to touch on before we get started, and that is an option set. Now, for a lot of our data fields, we're allowing our users to create something custom. For the name of the task, for example, that can be anything that our user wants. They can name their task whatever they desire. However, there are specific bits of information that we want to add constraints to. For example, the status of a task. Now, if I scroll down to this option set section here, I can see the status options that we are going to allow our user to have. For example, our task is going to be one of three statuses. It is going to be not started, in progress, or done, or complete. haven't decided what we're going to name that yet. Here, we aren't going to allow our users to just simply write not started. And the reason that is because we are wanting to then filter our task based on the status in some examples. Let's say, for example, in one instance, if they were to name or label their task as not started that looked like this, but then if they were to name it in another way that just was written like that or with a dash, if we were to give that free-flowing capability to the user, that might cause some issues down the line when we start to try to filter our tasks. However, by specifying the exact option in the exact format that we want to display it, that constrains it a little bit and just allows us to have a little bit more control of our application, which in turn will allow our users to have a much better experience. So they are option sets. And again, Bubble makes it super easy to configure these, just like the rest of our database, which we're going to get started on building right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to scroll across to another window and introduce you to the Bubble editor. Now the Bubble editor is where we are going to do all of the development of our application in a really easy, simple way. Whenever we create a new application, this is what we're greeted with. It's essentially a blank canvas to create our own application. Now, what we see here is the design tab, which is where we can create pages and make updates to the UI of our application. We're not going to tackle this right now. We're not going to do any work in the design tab just now, nor are we going to do any work in the workflow tab. The first place that we're going to focus our attention on is this data tab here. Now, if I click this tab, it brings up this screen, which is where we can create and configure our custom database and the individual data types and the data fields. That's essentially what we can see on the left-hand side of our screen here with these data types. And on the right here, we have the fields or the data fields for each of the data types. Now, I want to address that by default, whenever we create a new application, Bubble automatically creates the user data type. It also creates these 4 fields associated with that user. So as you can see, we have the email data field already created, the created date, the modified date, and the slug of those data fields already created underneath this user data type. As you can see, we do have also the types of data. So an email is going to be a text field. The modified and created date are going to be date fields, and the slug will be a text field. We have these already pre-built within our application, which makes sense because anytime we create an app, we're going to be signing up users and allowing our database to be relational and stored against that user record so that each user's experience is unique. But like I said, this is created by default. Creating a new or a custom data type or data field is just as easy. So let's walk through that process. What I'm going to do first and foremost is I am going to create all of the data types for our application. So let's scroll back across to our Notion checklist and see that we are going to create a data type of task, tags, project, and sections. So let's cover that first and foremost. So let's create the type task. I do know that in my list here, I do have some plurals. Let's just, for consistency, just have the singular version. So the new type is task. The new type here is tag. Then we have project as its own type. And then we have section. Now, I'll explain briefly what each of these data types are and the purpose they serve before we go ahead and add our data fields. So like I said, whenever our users log into our application or register an account, we're going to be creating a user data type. We're going to be creating a user record for their instance of the application. Now, when a user goes ahead and starts using our application, they are going to be creating tasks, which is the items or the things that they are going to mark as complete whenever we have that sort of to-do or that checklist experience set up. Now, for each task, we are going to allow our users to create and assign tags to each of those tasks, which will allow us to then filter our tasks even further. Then we have our projects, which are going to be a way that we are going to allow our users to categorize their tasks dependent on, let's say, the project or the theme or something of that nature with relation to that task. And then within each project, we're going to have sections. So let's say there was the project to renovate this house. I could then split that project into individual sections, such as the rooms. I could do the bathroom and the kitchen and the living room. I could then split that up into sections and assign tasks to those sections within that project. So we do have these data types now set up, which is really cool and was really easy. I will briefly mention though that as you see, we do have this option here for these 4 data types, which is publicly visible, which is fine. However, for our user, we have a privacy rule applied. This essentially is the way that Bubble sets some constraints and some restrictions on data, just to really restrict it a little bit and make sure that all of the information is private by setting the user type with a privacy rule. So what we're seeing here is that we have a data rule that the user can only see their data. Now, you may want to keep this if you want to just have that constraint in place. However, I'm going to get rid of this because I'm going to actually put that capability in the UI of my application. I'm only going to be displaying tasks or projects that user has created. I'm going to set that in my UI. So I can get rid of that by clicking this trash icon, and then you can see that we have our publicly visible user record, that user data type rather, associated there. So that's underneath this privacy tab. I'm going to head back into my data types tab. I'm going to get started on adding my fields for these data types. The first data type we're going to cover is this user data type. And on our Notion checklist, we can see that we have to add the name, the profile photo, as well as these list of projects, list of tags, and list of tasks for this user. So let's get started first and foremost by adding the name to that user record. So to do that, I can simply hit create a new field, which brings up this dialog box, which allows us to give our field a name and set the type of data for this field. So like I said, the field name that we'll be using here is name. Might sound a little bit confusing, but we're giving our users a name. And like I said, this is going to be a field type text. Now, when we click this drop down, we can see, if we scroll down first, we can see these basic types, which are the different formats that we can set. We can see these data types, which are the data types that we've created earlier, which we can then link our data field to make it relational. We're not going to do this just yet. Let me just for now just say that we're going to make our name field of type text, and it is only going to be one name per user, so we don't need to set it to be a list. So we can then just go ahead and click create. Now, when we do that, we do see that this new data field is created, which is fantastic. That's a simple text field. We can add a default if we like. However, we're not going to need to do that because whenever a user registers their account, they're going to advise what their name is. Next, we have our profile photo field that we need to add. So let me again create a new field. I am going to set the field name here to be profile-photo. Now I will mention that I don't like to use spaces. I prefer to use dashes, bit of a personal preference, but I'm going to add a dash there. The field type for this field will, like I said, be image. We're going to allow users to upload an image file for their profile photo. And again, it is not going to be a list. There's only going to be one profile photo per user. We can then go ahead and click create. Now, when our users create an account within our application, we aren't allowing them up front the ability to upload a profile photo. They're going to do that in the settings page. So what we can do is create a default for the user's profile photo whenever that user record is created. And we do that by hitting this upload button. Now, for that actual file that we want to set as the profile photo, I have gone ahead and created this Google Drive link, which contains the user photo that we're going to set as the default for this record. So I'll include a link to this in this course, which we'll then reference for our default field. So let me go ahead and let's add that as the default. So we've uploaded that image, and here we can see that this is the profile photo that is set as the default whenever a new user record is created. Next, let's go ahead and let's create our task relational field. So we're going to call this field name tasks. We can call it their tasks. We can put it plural there. And here for our field type, we are going to use an existing data type. We are going to use the task field type because we're making it relational. And we will have multiple tasks per user. So we are going to set this to be a list because there's going to be multiple entries. That is going to create that list of relational data entry type that we can see that we've talked about earlier. If we go ahead and click create, we can see that we have this tasks data field, which is going to be a list of tasks, which is really cool. Let's do the same thing for our tags. We are going to allow our user to create multiple tags, and we want to make that relational in our database. It is going to be a list, of course, as well. Let's go ahead and click create there. And then, of course, there is going to be projects. we're going to allow our users to store tasks in projects. They might have multiple of them. So let's use the data type of projects, and then let's create that as a list. Now, as you can see, there are no defaults there, but that doesn't need to be the case because we are going to only make that a reality when we go ahead and create that action in our workflow. So we are going to be talking on this in a few modules time, but for now, we have all of the fields for our user data type. Now, before I move on, I do just want to help visualize what we're doing here. And the way that I can do that is by heading to this app data tab, which is an example of the database that we are creating. So let me head to my app data tab. You can see the table of our users that we are creating. You can see here that we are displaying all users. I currently don't have any user records set up, but here you can see, you can start to see rather what we will be adding information into whenever we create a new type of data in our database. So say for example, we create a new user. I can simulate this by hitting new entry. We can then go ahead and let's say create our test user of Shane, that's my name, upload a profile photo. We won't need to do that because we have the default. I won't worry about any projects, tasks or tags at the moment, but we can have the email as shane@test.com. And if I then go ahead and create that entry, we can see it in our database here. This is just a development database. This is just a bit of a test database that we can use and that we will use when we are building our application. It's a live database is a little bit different, but here we can see we do have test entry that we can create. We have all of our fields that are important added there. I am just going to go ahead and just delete this just for now so that we have a blank slate. But there we can start to see how our database is going to be created and interacted with using this user's app data table preview. So let's keep moving. Let's add our other data fields. Let's move to our task data type. Scrolling back across into Notion, we can see that for our task, we're going to give it a name, a due date, and then these four data types here. So let me jump back across and let's firstly add a new field. We're going to give our tasks a name, which is going to be a text field. There'll only be one name per task, so we can just hit create there. It adds our name to our task. Let's now do the same thing for our due date. We can set this field type to be date. We don't want it to be date range or date interval for now. We just want it to be date because we are going to set due dates for our tasks so that our users know when we want those tasks to be completed by. There's only going to be one entry per task, so we can just leave that as that there. And then we can see that we do have that new data field created. Now let's see what's next. We do also need to have a list of tags, a project, and a section added. So let's do that. Let's firstly add our tags. We can add multiple tags to a task. So this is going to be a list, which is great. We can create that. Now for our project and our section, this is a little bit different. So for our field, we're going to call it project. It is going to be of the type project. However, in our application, a task can only be assigned to one project. So in my house renovation example, if I wanted to put new tiles in my bathroom, that would be linked to the house renovation type, no others. I can go ahead and create that. It will also be associated with a section. It will be my bathroom section. So there we have it. It's only going to be one section. Tile the bathroom isn't going to be part of any other projects or any other sections. It is only going to be a single relational data type. So we can set lists or we can set singulars. That's just going to be another nice way to then further categorize and sort our tasks. Now, lastly, like I said, for our tasks, we are going to give it a status, and that is going to be an option set. So what we're going to do now, we are going to head over to this option sets tab, and let's get started on adding in those option sets for the status data field. I will mention that right now we can't quite do it because we haven't set up the option set, so we need to do that first. So let's get started on doing that. Let's head to the option sets tab here. And I am going to create a new option set that we are just going to simply call status. Now, if I hit create, here we can see something a little bit different to what we've experienced earlier. So on the top section here, we do have the option set name and we have the attributes. So our status is going to be something unique. It's going to have a unique ID associated with, which we don't quite want to see or display in our application. So instead, we will want to display text. Now, we can create a new attribute if we wanted to, but we're not going to. I just wanted to explain that's what this display text is. When we refer to a status in our application, we are going to be showing the display of that status, which just is another way to essentially dictate the type of data that option set is going to be. So let's create our options. Let's create, firstly, not started. Let's go ahead and create that. Let's then create another option of in progress. And I know that we said done, but I prefer complete. So let's create a third option to be complete. So we have created those 3 options for our status option set. So now I can head back to my data type and I can add the status field to my task. And now when I click this field type drop down, we do have this option sets option here, which we can then choose. So we do have the status option set added to our task data type underneath the status field there. So now we have our task data type complete. Let's head across. Let's actually tick these off. Let's say that we have completed our user data type and field creation. We've done the same for our tasks. Notion allows us to tick these off and mark them off, which is a pretty cool experience. Let's try to make a similar experience in our application. Next, we are going to allow our users to create tags with these 2 data fields. So nice and simple, let's create 2 text fields. One is going to be, we're going to give our tag a name, of course. There's only going to be 1 name per tag. And we're also going to allow our user to set a color for our tags as well. We are, I'm giving something away here, but we are going to create another option set for our tag colors, but I don't want to give that away right now. We are just going to leave that as a color text field there. So we have completed the 2, we have added the name and the color of our tag. Now let's go ahead and let's add the fields for our project data type. Underneath project, we are going to give our project a name, which is of course going to be a string of characters, meaning it is going to be text. There's only going to be 1 name per project, which is fine. Now, what we are also going to do is we are going to be displaying a list of tasks and a list of sections underneath our project. So let's add a task field, which is going to be of type task. Actually, it's tasks because it's plural, because we are going to be displaying multiple tasks within a project. Let's do the same for our sections. We are going to be calling this field sections. And the section type will be a multiple entries option. Let's hit create there. We do have our list of tasks and list of sections underneath our project. So we have completed that project field there. And let's lastly, I might just tick off that we've also completed the option sets. Let's lastly add the data fields for this sections data type. We are going to give our section a name as well. That is going to be just a text field. Hit create there. Now we do also have our project field, which will only be singular. And the reason that is because a section can only belong to 1 project. So we're not going to check this list option there, but we are going to say that there are going to be multiple tasks associated with a section. That is going to be a checked item, because that is going to be a list rather. So let's go ahead and click create. And there we can see that we have added those 3 data fields for this section data type. So there we can see we have added all of the fields for our data type. And if I head across to my app data view here, we can see all of the tables that we have created based on all of the data types, which will look a lot different when we have completed the build of our application, because we are going to test this a lot and we are going to build out all of the workflows to add and update each of the individual entries within each of the data types. So very exciting stuff. Like I said, we have created the very first and probably most important aspect of our application. Great work. Now that we've covered the database part of our checklist app, I'm going to teach you exactly how you can register new user accounts inside of your application. So that way, of course, people can sign up and use your checklist app. Within this module, we're going to build out our own user registration feature. So that way, new users can sign up to your platform and then go on to use your app. Now here on our Notion document, I'm going to scroll down to this list of items underneath this features subheading. Now, as the name suggests, this is the list of features that we're going to be building in this course to create our checklist app. Now, as I'm scrolling down, you might be thinking, holy moly, there are a lot of features here. However, I wouldn't worry. We're going to walk through these one by one and build them step by step throughout the modules in this course. In this module, we're going to start at the top. We're going to get started by allowing our users to register accounts within our application. Now here, we're going to be creating an experience to allow new users to land on a registration page, enter their email and password, and create an account within our application. So there are a few steps here. There's the actual creation of the registration page, and then there's the workflow to create that user account in our database. So rather than me talking more about it, let's jump into our bubble editor and let's get started. Now in this module, I did want to take the time to give a bit of a crash course in this here, in the bubble editor. We are in our design tab, and at the moment we are on our index page. The design tab is essentially where we're going to add the elements to create the user interface for our pages for our application. Now, before I get into what we're actually seeing here on this page, I want to bring your attention to the top left-hand corner of our bubble editor and see that we are currently on the index page. If I click this drop down, we can see some of the other pages in our application or create a new page. Now, for our users to create an account within our application, we have to create a new registration page that is going to house this information and is going to be the interface where our users are going to enter their information. So the very first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a new registration page. So let's click on this add a new page prompt here. And when we do that, we're greeted with this dialog box where we can create a new page. I'm going to give this page a name of registration. Now, when we give our pages names, what we're doing is we are creating slugs for our pages. For example, this page will be housed at checklistapp.com/registration. So I just want you to keep that in mind when we're creating new pages. This is the case for everything except for the index page. The index page has no slug. It has nothing after the checklistapp.com because that's our home page or our index page. So just a quick note about creating new pages. Now here we are given the option to clone this page from an existing page, which we're not going to do in this instance. We're just going to create this from scratch. So to do that, let me hit this create button and you can see that a new page is being created. And now you can see that we are on our registration page. Now that we're here, let me walk through what we can see on our screen here. So on the left, we have our UI builder section where we can add all of the visual elements and containers, input forms, and a bunch of other things to our actual page. Now here we can choose from the elements or the containers that we're going to add to our page. We can simply select them and drag them onto our page. Now what you'll notice on the right here is that we have this gray box, which is called our property editor. Now the property editor is where we will make changes to our properties or our elements or our groups or our pages. Now the property editor is a really powerful tool. If you can imagine creating an application using code, all of these things would be lines of text and code and would have to be built really technically. It'd be really hard. However, Bubble gives us this property editor, and thank you Bubble that they do this, because this makes changing and editing our properties super easy. Now, when we have certain elements selected, the property editor will be specific to that element. For example, I'm currently on the property editor for this text element. If I click to the page, it brings me the property editor for this page, for this registration page. So that's just a quick explainer. That is how we bring up different sections of the property editor and how it can edit different elements. Now, in our property editor, we are given these three tabs here, these three options. We can either change the appearance of the property or the element, the layout, or set some conditions for this property. We'll be walking through each of these tabs in detail over this course. However, the first element that I want to talk about, now we'll be using this a lot and we'll be walking through the different tabs throughout this module and the rest of the modules for our course. However, the very first section of the property editor that I want to talk about is under this layout tab, and it's regarding something called responsive design. if you're new to building applications or designing websites, the concept of responsive design might be a bit new. So let me explain what it is. Responsive design allows our application to look great and be functional regardless of the device that our user is using when they're interacting with our application. Now, what does this mean? If you can imagine someone is using your application on a desktop, they're seeing it in a screen that is in landscape. It's wide, it's wider than it is tall. So let's say, for example, they're viewing this white box here. They're viewing this application on a page that is 1080 pixels wide by 767 pixels high. This is the case if you're viewing it on a TV screen or a desktop, a monitor, or a laptop. It's more often than not wider than it is taller. But if someone's viewing an application on a mobile device, that changes to portrait orientation. Let's say, for example, if we change the width of this page to be 400 pixels wide. It looks like this, so it'll be taller than it is wider. Now, why is this an issue and what does it have to do with responsive design? Let's return our page width to be 1080 pixels. So imagine we're seeing our application on a laptop. I'm going to get rid of this text element and instead add some buttons to my page. Let's say we're viewing an application that has a button on the left and a button on the right. So as you can see, our buttons are so far apart and they're covering a fair distance between each other, which is fine in a wide page. But what happens if that is now on a smaller page, if it's on a device that is skinnier than it is tall? So let's say, for example, the width of this page is 400 pixels. Let's see what happens. As you can see, this button goes way over there. It is not in view. It's not functional. This might be pretty important, this button. However, because our application design isn't responsive, that is now hidden and our page and our application can be considered broken. Now, why would Bubble do that? The reason this is the case at the moment is because our container layout is fixed. What does that mean? For our registration page, anywhere that we put elements, they are going to be placed in a fixed location. Wherever we drag and place our buttons, they are going to be placed in those coordinates and fixed there regardless of the device that a user is viewing our application on. This isn't what we want. We don't want to use the fixed container layout. We want to use something a little bit different. For our application to be responsive, we are only going to choose one of two container layouts. These two container layouts, I can see if I click my drop down here, I am only ever going to choose the column or the row container layout. Now, what are these? Let's imagine a table, not a table that you eat dinner at, a table that you see in an Excel spreadsheet, for example. Spreadsheets have rows where they have cells stacked from side to side horizontally, where they have the individual bits of data in a row like that. Or they have columns, which are top to bottom cells, and then they have each of the data points in a column, top to bottom sort of fashion. Now, think about any application or website that you've interacted with in the past couple of years. They are often stacked from top to bottom. For example, they'll have a header at the top of the page, and then they'll have a hero section, which is an image or a button or something like that. And then they'll have some more modules down the bottom from top to bottom. And what that is essentially a column container layout. Before I talk any further, let me select this and see what happens. If I select this column container layout, my buttons are then stacked from top to bottom. Now, why does this matter? If I go back and I change my default builder width to be 1080 pixels, and I now head to this responsive button here. So this brings up a different window where I can test the responsiveness of my application. If I go to this responsive tab, I can see this ruler here, and I can actually drag this page width depending on whatever I like. So here we can see that we are dynamically changing the width of our page, and with it goes our elements. They are responding to the page width that I am setting. Ergo, responsive design. What this means is that I can add elements all day long to this page, and they are always going to be stacked from top to bottom. No matter where I drag them, they're going to be from top to bottom because I've set my registration page container layout to be a column. I will note that if I chose a row, it would stack side by side, which is fine, which we are going to use in some cases. But let me show you what happens here. If I go to my responsive section, my responsive button here, and I change the width of my page, it does respond in a way. It does then bring those to the bottom. So I'll explain this a lot more later, but here we are seeing that the responsive and the column container layouts are responsive. Now, you might be thinking, hang on, I don't want all of my elements to just be from top to bottom. I do want to stack some side by side. Let's say, for example, on my index page, I want to have top to bottom. I might want to have a heading and then a button side by side. How do I do that? This is where we are going to use groups. Now, groups are another really cool way for our design to be responsive, but also look great. Let's say I have my text here, and then I have a button that I want to sit side by side. I can make this a reality by using a group. And the best way for me to explain what a group is that it is a page within a page. It might sound silly, but let me explain. In my layout tab here, what's happened is I've dragged a group onto my page. And in this layout tab, I can do a few more things because I have this group. I can change the alignment of my element. I can change the size of it, which I'm going to do, or I can change some margins. Let me go ahead and I'm going to just make the minimum width of my element 400 pixels. And I'm going to make the height 400 pixels as well, just so I have a bit of a bigger group. And so that we can see what we're working with, I'm going to head to my appearance tab, and I'm going to change the background style of this element to be a flat color. Now the flat color, let's just make it a light pink so that we can see what we're working with. Now, the page within a page concept means this. At the moment, we have our registration page that is a column container layout. But if I were to drag my button and my text element within this group, I can then make this group have its own container layout. What does this mean? Let me show you. If I click on my group and see this property editor, I can change this container layout to be a row, and then that will fit these elements side by side while the rest of the elements are fit top to bottom. Even this group is fit within the column container layout because it is stacked underneath this text and these buttons. But within this group, we do then have these elements be in a row layout, which is side by side. So we are going to be using this page within a page concept a fair bit throughout this course. And it is a great way to just make your application, yes, responsive, but then also fit to how you'd like it to look. You can play around with the sizes and the margins to work out a way to fix, in a sense, your elements to this page, but still make it responsive. Now, before we move on, I do just want to explain this a little bit more, so please bear with me. So let's say for this group here, let's say we do want to have this as a heading where we have a bit of text and then a button side by side. At the moment, still doesn't look great. So what we're going to do, let's just make, we can set this to be a specific height. Let's make this a minimum height of 0 just for now. And we can say that we want to fit the height of this group to the content within it. So what we've done here is we've made this a height. We haven't set any specific parameters for it. However, whatever height of the content within it will be the height of the group. So just a quick note there. Now, what if we wanted this group and this heading and button look to be a full page width, to be the full width of the page that it takes up? I can say that I want the minimum width of this group to be 0 and the maximum width of this group to be infinite. Now let's see what happens if I uncheck this option to fit the width to the content. Similar to how we're fitting the height to the content, we're currently fitting the width of this group to the content within it. If I uncheck this box, let's see what happens. It goes full width. Now, because we have our max width of infinite, which is something we're going to do a lot, we are making this group as well responsive. It is going to be as large as the page is. For example, if I set our max width to be 600 pixels, it would only be that wide. It would never go larger. If I were to make it infinite, it goes as wide as the page is, which again is responsive design. It is being responsive to how wide the page is. If I click to my responsive tab, we can see it's in action once again. We can see that it grows and shrinks regardless of how big the page is, which is great. That's responsive. That's what we want. But it still doesn't look great. So let me talk about alignment and margin. Now, like I said, I do want to have my heading and then my button. I do want to have some space in between those. So what I can do here, let me first and foremost, I am just going to rearrange these. So let me click this next button here and it'll change my text to be first and then my button to be second. Now I can change here the alignment of these elements within the group and in relation to the height and the width, or the horizontal alignment as well. So pretty powerful and a lot of stuff that I have to consider here. What can I do? For example, I don't want this text box here to be at the top of my group. I want it to be in the center so that it lines up nicely with my button. So what I can do, I can click this text element here and I can select the vertical alignment to be this center option here. That then moves it to the center of my group and makes it have an even margin at the top and the bottom of my group there. So that's just an example of how I can change the alignment from a vertical perspective. What about from a horizontal perspective? If I select this group, I can choose the container alignment of my row group to be in the center as well. So as you can see, when I do that, it centers these two elements in the middle of my row, in the center of my row. Now, I don't quite like this. I still don't like it. It's not exactly what I want. So I can choose a different option here, which we're only going to use every now and again, but it's actually really cool. So let me choose this last option here, which is called space between. Now what this does is this aligns our two elements in a way that dynamically changes the space in between the container, in between the two elements, so that it is responsive, because as our page width changes, it also does change the spacing of these two elements. So if I click space between, as you can see, adds a space in between these elements and puts them on different ends. Now, why would we want to use this? It is because we head to our responsive design option here again, our responsive section. And as we change the page width, the space between these two elements changes, and it grows and shrinks regardless of the size of the page that our viewer is visiting our application on, which again is very powerful. So I just wanted to show that to show responsive design in action again. I really just want to say that Bubble makes it super easy to, even though we are replacing the fixed option for our container layout, we still can be very specific on where we want our elements to sit. Now, lastly, there is one more thing I want to touch on, and that is margin and padding. So at the moment, we have our group selected, and it's currently sitting right on the edge of our page, which doesn't look great. So what we can do is we can add either some margin or some padding to this group. Now, really easy. Margin is space on the outside of the group. Padding is space on the inside of the group. That's a really easy way to remember it. Let me show you this. I'm going to add 20 pixels of margin to the left of this group and 20 to the right. Now let's see what happens. It adds a space on the outside of the group in relation to the page width. So there we can see it is sitting off the sides of the page and just makes it look a little bit nicer. Padding is if I wanted to make some space inside of my group. So I can add, let's say, 10 pixels of padding to the top, 10 to the bottom, 10 to the left, and 10 to the right. And then you can see it just sits nicely within our pink group here. So again, it adds some spacing on the inside of our group. If you didn't want to use padding, which I'm not quite sure why you wouldn't, but let's say, for example, you then wanted your button to be in a different position within the red group, you can then, of course, also add margins to your group. So let's say instead we wanted to add 10 pixels to the top, 10 to the bottom, and 10 to the right. That then adds some margin around the outside of our button to give that same look. So I know we just spoke a fair bit about groups and responsive design and layouts and margins and padding and something that has nothing really to do with registering user accounts for our users. However, I did just want to go through that as a bit of a quick crash course in how to design our applications to be responsive, but then also look great. So enough said, let's get started on creating our registration page for our application. Let me get rid of all of these elements. Quick little tip, if you drag your cursor, you can select a lot of elements. So I'm just going to delete all those. There's a nice little trick for you. I'm going to return this to be the default width for our page in this responsive editor. I'm going to head back to my UI builder and let's get started in making our registration page. The first thing that we're going to add to our registration page is our application's name. If someone lands on our user registration page, we want to let them know where they are and we want to show off our branding a little bit. So what we're going to do is we are going to first and foremost display our names. So let's here say that our app is called Torpedo List. Now, as you can see, because we have our column container layout, we have with this element is now sitting in the top left-hand corner of our page, which is fine. However, we do want to sit this in the middle of our page. So let me select this to be aligned horizontally in the center of our page. That'll bring it to the side and make it look okay like that. Now, what I can then do, I don't want it to sit right at the top. I do want to have some space between the title of our application and the top of the page. So let me add 50 pixels of margin to the top here. This has of course brought it 50 pixels from the top of the page to the top border of our text box, which is fine. Now, right now, this text is pretty small and you can't really see it. It's the name of our application, so we want it to be big and we want it to look awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on our text element and we're going to head to the Appearance tab to make a change to the appearance of this text. Now, if I scroll down here, we can see that we have this default style of body chosen here. Now, this text is a heading. It's the title of our application. We want it to stand out. It's not going to be body text. It's not something that we're going to add in a paragraph. We can change the style of this text here. So to do that, I can either change this just individually by adjusting these settings here. So changing the font or the weight of the font, the size or the alignment or how bold or the color of it or the spacing. We can do a lot of things. However, I'm going to choose a preset style. I'm going to say that I want this to be heading 1 style. That is automatically going to make it 50 pixels large with a weight of 700 and a color of our default text color there. If I wanted to make an edit to this style, I can simply hit edit style. It's going to take me to this different window. Now here we have our element styles. We're on our styles tab here, which is a little paintbrush icon, which is pretty clever. Now this is where we can make changes to the defaults of each of our elements. So for example, our text element, this is the heading 1, this is the default. If we make changes to this, say for example, if I want to make my heading 1s to by default, let's say be 60 pixels instead, next time I add in a heading 1 text element, it will be that large. So now that I've made that change, if I go back to my design tab, you can see that it is now 60 pixels. That's changed dynamically. So that's just a quick little tip if you'd like to change the defaults of the styles of your application. Another example of that might be if I were to add a button to my application. You can see that the color is my primary color that we set when we set up our application. At the moment, that's blue. What if I wanted to make a change to that? If I wanted to change the default color or the primary color of my application, I can do so again in this Styles tab, and I can choose to change the style variables. Here I can choose to set a different default font for my application or some default colors that are as standard whenever I use anything in my application. For example, our text is currently this sort of very dark blue color here. If I wanted to change that to be a bit more of a gray, a dark gray, change to this color code, I can do that nice and simple there. Now, for my application, I do want to change the default color. If we think of torpedoes, they have a bit of red on them, so let's make it a nice red color. I can change the primary color of my application to just be this nice red. I like how that looks. I've dragged it across to be this red color. If I wanted to make it a bit more specific, I can change that here. Let's make it D9T1000. That looks cool. Now, if I head back to my design tab, we can see that the default color of my button has now changed to be this primary color. So that's just how you can add your own unique style to your application and change it by default so that it just saves a lot of time, which is really handy. So another quick detour, but I just wanted to quickly explain that. Let's get rid of our button and let's add the section for our user to enter their details to register their account. The first thing that we're going to do is similar to what I showed in the example earlier. We're going to add a group to our page. We're going to call this group user registration details. It's always important to change the names of our groups. And I will mention that you can do that by clicking the top of the property editor. I probably should have explained that, but there we go. Now, so that I can see it better and so that our users can see it better, I'm just going to change the background style for this group. Let's make it a flat color. Let's make it just slightly gray. So we're going to choose this color code to be, let's not be DBDBD, let's go ED. I think that looks cool. To make it a bit larger, let's also go to our layout tab. Let's change it to not be fit to the width of the content. Let's choose it to be a minimum width of 0, and we don't want it to cover the entire width of the page, so let's set it to be a maximum width, let's just say of 600 pixels. Now, we will want to fit this to the height of our content, but for now, just while we're working with it, let's uncheck this box and let's make the max height as well 600 pixels, just so that we can see what we're working with. We will change this later. Let's also make the minimum height 0. Now, what we will want to do is just change the place that this group is currently sitting. So let's choose to align it in the center of our page. And to do that, we're going to go to this horizontal alignment section and just select the center option here. And that is going to move it to be centered within our page, nice and easy. And one final thing that I will want to do, let me just show you. Let's head to our responsive tab. And if I change the width of this page, it will actually sit right on the edges. So we want to add some margin just in case that we're less than 600 pixels on a device with that page width. So let's add some margin just so that it always sits off. Let's add 20 pixels of margin to the top of our group here so that it sits off the heading there. Let's also add 20 to the bottom. We're probably not going to need that, but that's okay. We'll just do it by default. Let's add 20 to the left and 20 to the right. Now what that does is that if we are changing the width of our page, it will always sit off it just a little bit. So that looks a little bit nicer in my opinion. There's always just a nice margin around our group, which is fine. Now there's one last cool little bit of styling changes we can make to our pages I quickly want to show you. So let's head back to our UI builder section. And I don't quite like this square look. It's pretty harsh and the corners are pretty sharp. Let's round those off. To do that, it's just another cool styling section we can add. I'm going to click on my group and I'm going to head to my appearance tab and change my border style. Now, if I change the roundness of my borders to be 20 pixels, it just rounds them off like that, which looks a little bit cooler. I just wanted to do that as an example of some of the styling changes that you can do. If I wanted to, let's say, for example, add a solid border to this group, I can also do so in this section here. Just another example of some of the styling changes we can make. I'm just going to get rid of that for now because I like this. Oh, just a quick note, you can also add a shadow, which is pretty cool too. But I'm not going to do that as well. I'm just going to set that to be none. So just wanted to explain that we can change the styling a little bit more if we like. So we've made our heading and our group where we're going to add our input elements for our users to add their details so that they can create their accounts. So what I'm now going to do is I'm actually going to add another group to my group. Now let me explain why I'm going to do that. This group I'm going to keep as my column container layout. However, I'm going to want to have the name of the input field to the left and then the input field itself to the right of my group here. So let me show you what I'm going to do. Let me add another group to this group here. Let's call this group name. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to choose not to fit the width to the content. I'm going to set the minimum width to be 0. I am going to add some margin. Actually, let me first, just so that we can see it, let me just change the background color to be just this light red just while we're working with it. Let me change the margin to be 20 pixels at the top, 20 to the left and 20 to the right. And I'm only going to set the bottom to be 10, just so that when we add our next element, it's not going to be too close, but too far from the one above it. Now this group, I'm going to change to be a row container layout. And let me show you why I'm going to do that. I'm going to add a text element to this group, and it is going to be of the text name. Because that's a heading of sorts, let's choose to bold it. I'm going to actually put a column after it like that. And I'm also going to center align it vertically so that it sits in the middle of my group like that. It just looks a bit nicer. Now I'm next going to add my input element where we are going to allow our users to put in their own name. Pretty cool stuff. To do that, I'm just going to drag it into this group and sit it side by side. And I can see that we currently have our name and our input element side by side because we set this container to be row. Now, as you can see, my input element doesn't look too great. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to change the default style of this input element. Now, what I'm going to do, because in my application, I'm always going to have my input elements within a group, I'm going to just set the background of this input element to white. So if I click this edit style, I can make sure that this is the case for every single input element I use from now on. Let's change the background style to be a flat color and it to be white. Now, as we can see, if it's on a gray background, it is going to have a white background like that, so that you can see it a little bit better and just looks a bit nicer. Now, if I head back to my design tab, we can see that that is the case. It now does have a white background. Now, I do want to change this up a little bit more, but what I want to do first and foremost is let me just add some margin to the left of this group so that there is a bit of a space between that and the name. Sorry, this input element rather, and the name text box. So let me just I'll add 10 pixels of margin to the left. Now, as you can see, what that does is it adds some space to the left between the input element and the text element. But it still doesn't look quite how I like. I do want to, let's say, make it full width so that it goes as wide as it needs to be. So if someone has a long name, they can fit their entire name in this input element and just make sure it looks a bit nicer. So I don't want to make this element fixed width because I want it to be responsive. I want it to be a minimum width of 0 and a maximum width of infinite. And the reason I want to do that, again, I'll just head to my responsive tab, and if I change the width, it changes with it. You will see that, just quick note, I have a problem with my heading. If we go to a page that's 284 pixels wide, it does change a little bit and doesn't look great. It's left aligned. So let me just, this is the beauty of testing your application in this responsive editor, in this responsive tab here. I do want to just change this up a little bit. So let me change this text to be center aligned. So I can do that by heading to the appearance tab, and I can choose it to be center aligned here. And I can also just quickly add some margin. Let me add 20 pixels to the left and 20 pixels to the right. Actually, let me just add 10 because that looks a little bit strange. Let's go 10 to the left and 10 to the right. Now that just did skew a little bit, but it doesn't really matter because we're never really going to be on a page that's less than 284 pixels. But if we did want to stop that from happening, if we did want to stop this skewing from happening like this, we can set a minimum width for our groups. So let's say, for example, if I click on this text box here, I can see that it's 280 pixels wide in its current state. That's sort of the minimum that I want it to be. So if I change the minimum width of this to be 280 pixels, that means it's never going to get smaller than that, and it's always going to stay the same. Yes, it might skew a little bit, but at least the text doesn't change there. So we can do something a little bit more advanced. Let me quickly explain. Let's say we can set a condition that if the page width is less than 280 pixels, we can make it be a different height. So let me just quickly show you what I'm doing. 280 pixels. I am scrolling through this because we're not going to do it, but if you do want it to be, if you do want to add this later on, you can. So let me just add the font size. I can say that if our page width is less than 240 pixels, we can change the font size to be 24 pixels. So let's see what that looks like. I'm not taking too much time to explain this because I doubt that it's going to happen, but we can change it like that. I will use conditions later, but I just wanted to quickly just show what a quick way that if we do want to fix that, if you do want to. So let me get rid of that because we're not going to use it. Just wanted to take a quick moment to just do a bit of a sidetrack and show that. So just again, showing the power of Bubble, which is really cool. So another little tangent, I'm liking doing that in this module, but there is a lot to cover, so bear with me. Next thing that we're going to do is we are going to add our second group where we are going to allow our users to put in their email address. And the reason we're going to do that is because that is what they're going to use to log into our application. So let's go ahead and do that. Rather than me adding a group and then adding all of my elements, what I can actually do is I can choose to copy and paste this element into this group again. So it pretty much copies all of the parameters. So to do that, I'm just going to right click and bring up this dialog box here. I can choose to copy, and then I select my group, and then I select paste, and then it pastes it below. I can then go ahead and make changes to this individual group here. So let's say, for example, I don't want to have the 20 pixels of margin to the top. I just want it to be 0 so that it looks a bit nicer. But then I have to do a few things. So as you can see, because I copied my group rather, the name of this group is group copy name. So that I can differentiate them in my elements tree, for example, I'm going to change this to be group emails because I'm going to say that this is where I'm allowing my user to enter their email address. Now I can also change this text element here. We're going to, instead of name, say email. Let's say email address because I want to show something a little bit later on as well. Let's just go like that. Now the last thing that I do want to change also is the name of these input fields. So as you can see, this is currently called input A and input B. If I want to make a change to these in my workflow tab, it's kind of hard to know what these are. And I'll go through that later, but let me just mitigate that issue and show you what I'm going to do. For this input field, I'm going to name this input email. Oh, actually no, I'm going to call this input name. I'm going to call this input email. so that when I add in my workflows in my workflow tab, I know what elements I'm working with. The point of me doing this is just to say that it is very important to name all of your elements so that when you're working with them, using them in workflows or anything like, you know exactly what you're working with. So just a quick note that you should always update your element names in the property editor here. Now there is one last styling change that I want to make, and that is to change the width of these text elements. Now why would I want to do that? Currently, this looks a little bit funny. We currently have these input fields of different widths. So what I can actually do is I can set a minimum width so that these text elements cover the same space and it just looks a lot more aligned and a lot nicer. Now, what would I want that minimum width to be? If I click on this email address text box, which is the longer of the two, I can see that it's currently 102 pixels wide. So I can head to my layout tab and I can say that the minimum width I want this element to be is, let's say 105 pixels just to be safe. So 105 pixels. That will then make it 105 pixels long. Now, if I do the same for this name text element, rather than it being fit to the width of the content, I can make it to be 105 pixels. And then as you can see, they are currently aligned and they currently look a bit better. If I then head to my responsive tab, we can then see that it just interacts a little bit nicer. And we can see that regardless of the device that our user is viewing our page on, it just looks a little bit nicer. So that's just another little tip that you can use throughout your application to make everything align a bit nicer as well. So now that I've done that, let me get rid of this flat color background because we don't need to use it anymore. And we can start to see what this actually looks like. As you can see, we have our group and our two elements, our two groups of input elements and text elements. Aligned like this, it just looks a little bit nicer. If our user were to land on this page, they can easily see that they're going to add their name here and their email address there. That looks pretty nice. Now, for our user, this is almost everything that we need. We also need our users to create a password. But personal preference, I don't want them quite to do this in this form. I don't want them to just have a password that they put in and then just create an account and that's all done. I actually want to add like a bit of an intermediary step here. And what do I mean? Let me add a button to this page, to this group here rather. Let me go to my layout tab and I'm going to center align it. And I'm going to call this button register. It's not going to quite be the register button, but if I change the label just quickly, if I change the label, it then changes the text inside this button, which is fine. That's what we want. Let me just also change the layout of this. Let me just add 10 pixels of margin to the top. Let's go 20 to the bottom as well, just so there's a little bit of spacing there. Now, why would I want to do this? I want to then allow my user to add a password in a pop-up. There are a number of reasons you'd want to do this. Let's say, for example, if you wanted to add a captcha step, which is Google's authorization just to make sure that you're not a robot, you can actually do that in a pop-up. It's just a little bit nicer. It's just personal preference, but that's one thing that you can do. So I don't want our users to add their password in this section here. I do want to do that in a pop-up. Let me show you how to do that. To add a pop-up to this page, I'm going to head to my visual elements and I'm going to add a pop-up under this containers. To do that, I can drag it anywhere and it will add it as this light box or this pop-up sort of look that we can see here. So it's currently called pop-up A. Let's call this pop-up create password. And we can just leave it for the time being because I just want to show you how we're going to create a workflow to show this pop-up. Now, this is actually a cool introduction to the workflow tab. What we want to do is we want to say that anytime a user clicks this register button, it shows this pop-up. Now, the workflow tab, there are two ways that we can do this. There are two ways that we can start this workflow tab. I can click this register button and I can head to my appearance tab and choose to add a workflow there, or I can head to my workflow tab here. To make it easy, I'm going to choose the first option. So I'm going to click my button, register, and I'm going to choose to add a workflow. Now, what that does, quick note, if you're watching this, depending on the time that you're watching this is a new feature, so this might look a bit different to you, but the functionalities are saying this is the new workflow editor as of October 2024. But here we are saying that whenever the button register is clicked, we're going to start a workflow. So here we can see that this is the trigger for this workflow. If we chose the other option and we wanted to choose a new workflow, we would have to choose that triggering event. So let's say for when a condition is true, or when the page is loaded, or when an element is clicked, or an input value is changed, or something else like that. But we're just going to say that when this button register flow is clicked, we're going to trigger our element. Let me remove this one. Now, what is the workflow that we are trying to create? I want to say that whenever this button register is clicked, we want to show that pop-up to allow users to add their password. So to do that, to add the next step in a workflow, super simple, I'm going to click this plus button, and we are going to take an action with our element. We are going to show an element, and the element that we are going to want to show is our pop-up create password. So what have I just done? When I click the plus, I had these options of all these different actions that we can take, or all these different things that we can do as part of our workflow. Quick note that if you do want to search, you can just do it as well. If I go show, it shows up like that. But here we can choose from a lot of different categories, a different workflow or a different action to add to our workflow. Now, that's very simple, and we can actually chain these just by continuing to click this plus button. So let's say, for example, I then wanted to create a new thing. I can have that as the next step. And then if I wanted to send an email, I can do that as the next step. And then each time I do that, it brings up a different property editor style thing here where we can add in the parameters of our workflow. So let's say we wanted to create a new user, we would just do that here. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me just get rid of these and let's keep on task. I know we've jumped around a bit in this module, but that's okay. So let me head back to my design tab and let's see if this works. How are we going to test this though? A really cool feature of Bubble is that it allows you to preview your application while you're building it. So if I click this preview tab, I can actually see what this looks like. I can preview how it interacts and how it looks on this page here. So I'm currently on the registration page. If I click preview, it opens another tab where we are seeing a version test of our application. We're currently on the registration page. So if I'm logging into the application, if I'm seeing this user registration page, this is essentially what I'm seeing. So it's a great way to test how it looks and how it interacts. Now, what I just want to test for now is that when I click this register button, our pop-up shows. So let me do that. If I click register, our pop-up shows up. So that's great. This is the first workflow we've built. Congratulations. We're going to do this a lot more in our application. So let me go ahead and I'm going to add my elements to this pop-up editor. So let me click out of this and I'm going to go back to my Bubble editor and I'm going to make a change to my pop-up. It has disappeared. However, I can head to the left section here, my UI builder, and I can choose to show this pop-up. So if you ever have an instance where a element is being added and then it's hidden, you can turn it on and off using this little eye or closed eye section here. And you can navigate to different properties in the property editor just by clicking on this elements tree. Just a little bit of a different way to do that. So let me get started on editing this pop-up. So in this pop-up, I want to instruct my new users to create a password. So let's first and foremost add a text heading to say, hey, you need to create new passwords. So I'm going to simply create enter this new text in my text box saying create a password. That should be easy enough. Our users should know what to do there. I am going to choose a different style. Let's choose heading 4. That looks pretty large. That looks great. I am going to head to my layout tab and I'm going to center align this horizontally. I'm then also going to add 20 pixels of margin to the top, 20 to the left, 20 to the right, and then 10 to the bottom, just so there's some nice spacing around this text. Now, what I also want to do, my pop-up looks a little bit small, so let me change the minimum width of this to be, let's say 400 pixels. This just makes it a little bit wider while also making it responsive. So it can be changed just by the width, changing the width there. However, as you can see, it still does look a little bit strange. So let's choose to not fit the width to the content. Let's instead, actually, I've just noticed, let's choose a maximum width of 400, not a minimum width. So apologies for that. Now we can see that it does shrink as we liked. Just in case, let's also just center align this text so that it does adjust and be responsive, which is the design that we're going for. Now, for our input field, let's do the same thing that we've done on our registration page. Let's add a group. So I'm going to head back to my UI builder. I'm going to scroll down and add a group to my pop-up. Let's call this group password. And let's first and foremost uncheck to fit the width to the content, make it a minimum width of 0. And let's add 20 pixels to the left and 20 to the right of this group. I shouldn't need to change the background again. We can see this, so don't stress, guys. Let's also change this to be a row container layout, and we're also going to now just go ahead and add our text. This text is going to say password with a semicolon. We're going to make this bold. And now let's add our input field. I'm starting to get a little bit quicker in doing these because we've done it a few times, so now it should be pretty simple. There are a few steps that we should take whenever we're doing things like this. For example, we want to center align it. We also want to add 20 pixels of margin to our input field to the left, 10 pixels rather. Let's also not make it fixed width. Let's make it a minimum width of 0. So I've just flown through the steps a little bit, but we're going to do this a lot, so we've already done it. There are just some steps that you're just going to repeat like this one. And the reason we're doing this, for example, is just quickly, we've now made our group responsive and it changes depending on the device that our user is on. So just some concepts that we are repeating here when creating our application. Now, passwords. Guys, I like security. I think keeping your app secure is just good practice. I think you should always keep your apps secure. And one way to do that is by ensuring that your users are setting complex passwords. If, for example, your password was easy to guess, then someone could hack in. I don't want to say hack, but someone could enter your instance of the application and do some potentially harmful things. So what we can do with our passwords is we can set some restrictions or some minimum requirements for our application. Now, let me show you how to do that. I'm going to head to my settings tab here, and I'm going to go to my general tab. Now, this is the first time that we've landed on this settings section. There are a number of different tabs that you can head to adjust the settings of your application. However, what we're going to do here is we're going to head to our general section, and we are going to say that we are going to define a password policy. Now, a password policy is, like I said, it's a set of minimums or set of requirements for our users to set in their application. So I can do things like set a minimum length of the password. For example, I'm going to say that the minimum length of our password has to be 7 characters. I'm also going to say that you require a number and a capital letter when setting your password. Now, this means when our users are setting passwords, we do have to ensure that they are meeting these requirements. So I'm going to instruct my users or let them know this before they set their password. So let me do that. Let me head back to my design tab. I'm just going to add a bit of a text element underneath my heading, just with a bit of a description, just a little bit of instruction for this password. So here I'm going to say, please ensure your password has a minimum of 7 characters and also contains a number and a capital letter. As you can see, we just created a bit of a description underneath our heading. I do want to make some styling changes here. Let's center align the text. Let's also add 20 pixels of margin to the left and to the right. And also add 10 pixels of margin to the bottom just so that it sits away from our group here a little bit. So as you can see, that looks good. If we wanted to make the text a little bit smaller, which I might want to do, I might want to make it 12 pixels. We can do that there just to make it a little bit more subtle. But then it also gives clear instruction that these are the requirements for your password. Now, because we've done this in our settings page, we don't really have to take care of some of the automations, or let's say, for example, showing a pop-up if the user's password doesn't meet these requirements. It actually does this automatically, which I'll show you when we test it a little later on. Now, here is where you might also want to add, let's say, for example, a Google CAPTCHA, which is the thing to test that you're not a robot. You know the things you have to select the squares that have the bicycles, or add it or explain what the text is shown in the picture. So you might want to add that here if you wanted to add another layer of security or just protect against bots. We're not going to do that because it's a bit of an extra step, but you might want to do that as well. But what we're going to do here is we are now going to add a button, which is now going to say register. We're actually not lying here. And we are going to use this button to trigger the workflow to then actually register the user's accounts. Before I do that, let me make some changes to the layout. Let's center align this horizontally. Let's also add 10 pixels of margin to the top. We'll also add 20 pixels of margin to the bottom. Now, this is currently all the content that I'm going to add into this group. So I can choose, yes, I do want to fit the height to the content. I don't want to set a minimum height though. So let's change it to 0. And as you can see, it is fit nicely to the height of the content. And it looks nice and snug and nice and organized. I'll quickly do the same thing to my group here. Let's choose yes, we want to fit the height to the content. We can get rid of our maximum height, but there we can see that looks a little bit nicer as well. So just a little quick, another styling change that we like to make. We like to make our applications look cool. So now I want to trigger this workflow to be the thing that starts our workflow to register our user accounts. Now, quick note, you can see that we do have 2 buttons that are called register. So let me say this is the button to register the account, and this is the button to show the pop-up, so that we can differentiate them. Show pop-up. So now we can see if we head to our workflow tab, we can say that this is the button show pop-up is clicked. When we start our new workflow, if I just quickly do that, if we head to our pop-up and then we click this add workflow, we can say that this element is the button register account, just so that we can differentiate the two. Another quick reason why you should always label your elements and your groups. Now that we've done that, let's build the workflow to register our users' accounts. What we are going to do is when this button register account is clicked, the workflow that we want to trigger is that we want to sign the user up. So when we click that, let's see what we see. We see this dialog box where we can enter the email that will be associated with their user account and the password. Now, if I click this email button here, it does allow me to choose from this list. And what this is dynamic content. I'll explain this a little bit later on, but let me first say that we are going to choose the value within an input. So I'll ask, what do we want to set the email to be for our user? Well, we want it to be the text element that they added into this input email address box here. So let me show you how to do that. I'm going to my workflow tab. The email I'm going to choose from my list of elements, input emails value. Nice and easy. So whatever the value, the text value is within this group here will be what the email is that associated with our user. Let me do the same for my password. Now I will see that I haven't named this element, so let me head to my pop-up here. I'm going to just quickly, which I should have done, call this input password. That's another explainer of why you do need to label all of your elements. Password, I'm going to say that the input password's value will be the password associated with this account. Now we do have some other options here where we can require a password confirmation. Let's say, for example, we want the user to repeat the password. We can add that. Let's say, for example, just a quick showcase. If I were to go copy this and say repeat password, you would then say that password repeat. We would say that yes, we do want them to repeat the password. This is all optional. I don't quite want to do this. Password repeats value. Make sure they're the same so that then it does require that password confirmation. Quick little, again, I'm doing a lot of jumping around in this module, but I just wanted to quickly explain that you can do that. However, we're not going to want to. We can also send an email to confirm this email address. So this will then send an email to this email value. So then they click the link. You've gone through it before. You know what it's like, just to confirm that this is a real person. So we can also remember the email, but that's fine. We're not going to want to do that. We have just created the workflow to sign the user up. Now there is one additional step that we want to do. If you can see here, we've entered the user's email, we've added their password. However, we haven't done anything to add their name or assign their name to their user account, which is pretty important. So let's add another step. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to make a change to the current user. So I want to change the user that I've just created. I want to change something to do with their account. So I can make a change to a current user. I'm going to change a field, and the field that I'm going to change is their name. Now, what am I going to want to add in for this name value? I'm going to choose the input elements, the input name, the value of that input name field. So whatever text has been put into this input name field will be the name that is associated with that user. So I think we've created the workflow. Let's test it. Let's get started by creating a new user and seeing if this workflow works. So I've head back to my preview. I've just refreshed here and I'm going to create a test user. Let's call this user test user. Now the email address, I'm going to say test@user.com. I'm going to click register and then it's going to prompt me to put in a password. Let me show you what happens if we don't enter a password that meets our requirements. So if I just say a 4-character password, if I go ahead and try to click register, it comes up with this error. It says this password is not valid. So Bubble has taken care of this. It's saying you can't create this because the password is not valid. It doesn't meet the requirements. So let me just click OK. And I will note that if you do want to change this, you can actually do that in your settings. You can actually do that. And heading not to general, but to languages, you can scroll down to where it says, where is it? Where it says the password does not meet the password policy. So just here, you can say this password is not valid. Let's just say, please follow the instructions. Please follow instructions. You can say something maybe a bit more polite, but you can make those changes there. So if I go back to here and I were to then go fix that up, let's just create a test user again. Test user, email address is test@user.com and register. If I were to do that, it would show what I've asked it to show. So, which is cool, just another cool little feature of Bubble. Let me add in a proper password. So one that has a number, a capital letter, and there's a minimum of 7 characters. If I then go ahead and click register, let's see what happened. From a UI perspective, nothing really happens because we haven't set a workflow we haven't set the next step. We haven't instructed Bubble to do anything other than create our user's account. So let's see if that happened. I'm going to head back to my Bubble editor. I'm going to head to my data tab. And underneath my users, if I go to this app data section here, we can actually see our development database, which is our test database that we're working with whenever we use the previews of our application, which is pretty cool. So as you can see, great news. We've created our test user. We have created that account. However, for some reason, the name hasn't entered. So let me head back to my workflow tab and see why that isn't the case. I can see that it hasn't actually worked. So let me go ahead and say there's the input names value. I'm unsure. I'll have to look back and see why that didn't work. But let me actually just go ahead and try to do that again. So let me go back and just try create another test user, test user 2. The email address is test@user.com. Let's say test 2 because we have to create unique email addresses. Let's create another login. We'll go register. Let's go back to our development database and we can see that has worked. Apologies, I'm unsure why that was removed, but that actually, probably a good thing. It shows that yes, you do need to test your application. And the really cool thing is that you can do so in this preview tab, which is awesome. So now that we've done this, let's head back to our Notion checklist and see that we've done everything. So we have we've created a page to allow our users to register their accounts. We've set a password. We've started the workflow to sign the user up. We've stored the user's account details. The last thing we want to do is we want to redirect the user to the settings page. The reason we want to do that is because let's say a user has just created their new account. We then want them to navigate to the settings page because we want to allow them to, let's say, change their profile picture or just make sure that all the information is correct. So in our workflow tab, let's add a third step. We want to navigate, or we want to allow users to go to a page. Now we want them to go to a page that doesn't exist yet. So while we're here, let me just show you how to do that. Let's create a new page. We are creating a settings page. Now I'm not going to clone it just yet. Let's create it from scratch. I might change this later on, but let's say we want them to navigate to our settings page. Now here we can see that once our users registers their account, they're then going to go to our settings page. So let me just create a third user and show what this means. Let's make this a real user. Let's call this Shane. The name is Shane. The email is shane@test.com. This is the one that we'll use for our application. Let's register. Let's create a password. And then if we hit register, hopefully we navigate to a page that has settings at the end of it. So we register, we are going to close out of this page and we're going to go straight to our settings page. That is fantastic. We have completed this workflow. We have completed this module. We are going to the page settings. Let me just, while I'm here, just to clean it up, let me get rid of these 2 test users. I can do so by clicking the boxes and just deleting them. And then I can see that I have created my test user. We can head back to Notion and we can see that we have successfully redirected our users to the settings page after they have created an account. So there was a bit that we went through in this module, but this has set a good foundation for the rest of this course, which is really cool. Following on from this module, the next section of our course is going to be like an extension of what we've just covered. Only in this case, we're going to learn how to create a user login feature. Throughout this module, we're going to build a login page to allow our users to enter their email address and password and securely obtain access and start using our app. Next on our list of features for our checklist app is to allow our users to log in to their existing accounts. Now, because we've covered a lot of the basics of using the bubble editor, the design tab, the property editor and the like, I feel like this module might be a little bit quicker than the previous one. So what we're actually going to do is we're actually going to fit 2 features in one. We are also going to be building a page to allow users to reset their password in case they forgot. It makes sense to do these both the same because they're all part of the same experience. Let's say, for example, if someone is trying to log in and they forgot their password, let's try to make that a seamless experience and allow them to also reset their password as well. Now, again, this experience will all be done before the user logs in, so it makes sense to make this all look and feel the same. So we're actually I am going to say we're going to skip a few steps. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. This will be a lot quicker. Let's head back to our bubble editor, and here we are on the registration page that we created. Now, to create our login page, I am going to, similar to what we did previously, we are going to add a new page. Let's call this page login. However, rather than creating it from scratch, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to clone this page. And I'm going to clone it from our registration page. Now let's see what happens when we do that. When I click create, it does take across all of these elements that we have created in our registration page, but that it has done so in a way that brings it into this new login page. Now, as a bit of quality control, what I'm going to do is I am actually going to, before I get started on doing any changes or anything, I am going to remove the things that I don't need. So remove the things that have come across from the registration page. I'm going to remove all of them so that I can just focus on what is required for this login page. So let me first do this by heading to my workflow tab. Now, I don't need to register new accounts or show the pop-up to create a password. So I can get rid of these, delete them from my workflow section. I can delete this one as well. And this will start me with a blank slate of sorts. I can do the same thing by heading to my design tab. I don't need to use this create a password pop-up, so I can get rid of this. And I also don't need to enter I don't need my users to enter their name. So I won't quite get rid of this. What I'm going to do instead, let me just rename this. So let me rename this. I'm going to instead make this my email section at the top. And I'm going to say this input is the email input. And I'm going to also change this to be my password input. So the user is going to land on this page and they're going to see a bit of a different experience. And they're going to instead see this email and password, these 2 groups, so that they can log in. And I'm going to change this label to be login. Now, already we've made this page super quickly. We could now just simply create the workflow to log our user in. It would sort of be done. But let's add a few more features now that we've got a bit more time. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add a text element at the top of this group just with a bit of instruction. So here we are going to say, we're going to replace this text just to say, please enter your login information, just to make it super clear, just to say to the user, I don't know, in case you're an alien, please enter your email, your information. what I'm going to do, what I've just done while talking, I'm going to head to my layout tab. I'm going to add a margin of 20 pixels to the top of my text box just to set it off the top there. And while I'm at it, let's just add 20 pixels to the left and 20 to the right, just in case we are on a very small device, which is a bit smaller. Just will fit it nicely within that box there. So that's fine. Just standard things that we're going to be doing a fair bit throughout this course. Let me also bold this just to make it stand out a little bit more. I can do that by heading to my appearance tab and bolding my text element there. So here we can see this is a good first step. Let's now, before we create the workflow to log the user in, let's just change the name of this button so that we can see what we're working with. Let's say this is button login, log in. And now let's head to our workflow tab and let's create the workflow to actually, in fact, log the user in. I'm going to start this a different way to what I've done before. Let's go new workflow. I'm saying that whenever an element is clicked, the element being button login, this is what is going to be the trigger for our workflow. I'm going to hit plus to add a next step. And if I head to this account category here, I'm wanting to log my user in. Now, here is where we add the credentials that Bubble is going to process to log a specific user in. Now, here we are going to add the input emails value because this is the account that Bubble is going to log our user into. And to verify that, we are saying that the input passwords value is the password that is going to cross-check against it, just to make sure that we are logging in the user to the right account and we're making sure that they are in fact that user because they know that password. Now we are saying, yes, we want this user to stay logged in because let's say, for example, if the next day, if a user logs in, we don't really need them to log in again because they're logging in on that same device only. If it's on that device, then yes. If it's on a different device, they will have to stay logged in. That's just essentially what this means. So we are saying that we want to keep our user logged in. Now, I'm not going to worry about remembering the email. That's fine. Now, once a user logs in, we then want them to navigate to our index page. Similar to in the last module where we navigated our users to the settings page after registering their account, here we want the user to go to a page. We want them to go to the index page. Now, let me just, it seemed pretty simple. We're not very far into this module, but let me just test this. Let's see, we are now on our login page. I'm going to hit preview. Let's preview this login experience. I'm going to enter the email address that we created for our test user, which is shane@test.com. Now I'm going to enter my password. Really cool thing is that when I enter my password here, Bubble knows that this is a password field, so it actually hides the characters, which is a pretty cool feature that's built in. Now, if I click login, hopefully it takes me to the index page, which you can see because there's no slug, because that's the index page has no slug. That's fine. We are currently on the index page. So I'm now logged in. If I was logged in, I'd use the application and I would have my own experience because I am logged in. Pretty easy stuff, guys. Awesome work. We've successfully logged our users in. That's essentially it. That's essentially the first part of this module. That was nice and simple. Let's head back to our Notion checklist just to actually confirm that yes, we have done everything. Yes, we have logged our users into their existing account. We've created the login page and we are redirecting to the index page. Like I said, right at the top, very simple. We have a bit of time up our sleeves. Let's build out the next feature. So this may take a little bit longer. Let's head back to our Bubble editor and let's go back to the design of our login page. So what we're building here, what happens if someone lands on the login page and they don't know their password? What I'm going to do, I'm going to add a text element underneath this group, and I'm going to simply say, forgot your password, ? Reset it here. Now I'm going to center align this by going to my layout tab and changing the horizontal alignment to be center. And because this is the last element on my page, I'm just going to add 20 pixels of margin to the bottom. While I'm here, I might as well add 20 to the left and 20 to the right, which is just good for spacing, good practice. But what I do want to do, just as a cool, nice little bit of styling, what I can actually do, I don't want to change the style of this entire text element. So let's say, for example, if I wanted to make just this reset it here text there be bold and underlined, if I were to try to do it here, it actually changes the entire thing. So I can actually do some pretty dynamic rich text editing in Bubble just by clicking this gray text here that says rich text editor. Now, when I do this, it brings up this box where I can make changes to the individual bits of text and add some styling here. I can make it larger, I can change the color of it, but here I'm just wanting to say that I want to say that this reset it here text, I want to be bold and underlined. Now, when I click save, it does add some code here in these square brackets, which is just some inline styling. Let's say, for example, let's say down your Bubble editor lifetime, you might actually know these off by heart. So you don't even have to click in the rich text editor. You can add these little style tags here. But essentially we're adding B for bold, U for underline. We're saying at the end of there, we're saying it's not underlined, not bold anymore. So just a cool little bit of inline styling that you can do, which is a pretty common term if you're familiar with website design and app design and the like. Now, before we add our navigation and build our experience to go to the reset password page, let's imagine if our user, they actually have landed on this login page somehow. They've clicked a button and they actually don't have an account yet. Let's add a similar text box underneath this one here to say, I don't have an account. So let's say I don't have an account. I'm just going to center align this. And again, this is actually the last element on the page. So let's add 20 to the bottom, 20 pixels to the left, 20 to the right of margin. What I'm going to do, I am actually going to say that if the user doesn't have an account and they see this, I want them to click on this and I want them to actually go to the registration page. So if, for example, if I click, they've clicked that text to say, I don't have an account, we want them to navigate to a page and that page is to the registration page. So if, for example, if they don't have an account yet, they don't have an account set up in Bubble, they can actually just click this button. If we go to the preview, they can click this button and they can go to our registration page and create an account. Just a nice little bit of functionality that we just wanted to add there. Now, while we're here, let's do the same thing from our registration page. Let's head to our registration page and let's add a text element underneath our group here. And let's say I already have an account. Let's say log in here. Now again, let's add our style tags. I'm going to do this just shorthand. Let's say we're adding our bold and our underline, and we are adding the end tag there like that. Pretty quick and cool stuff. I'm saying I already have an account, log in here. Let's center this. Let's add 20 pixels of margin to the bottom, 20 to the left and 20 to the right. And now let's add a workflow to say, I want, when the user clicks on this, I already have an account. We want them to navigate to our login page. So that's just created the experience two-way. If they don't have an account, they can go to this registration page. If they do have an account, they can go back to the login page. So that was just an example of a quick little navigation we add. Let's head back to our original task and let's allow our users to reset their password. So if I head back to my Bubble editor, what I want to do in my design tab is I want to head to my login page and I want to add a workflow here to navigate to my forgot password page. So what we're going to do is we are going to again, create a new page. Let's create a new page here. So as you can see, we're going to create a new page. Let's create a page that says forgot PW. Let's clone this from our login page, the one we've just created. So let's clone this from our login page. And let's say that we want to keep the style the same, but let's add some instruction. Here we are saying forgot password. This is like a bit of a heading actually, Forgot password, question mark. Let's now add another text element underneath it and let's center align it first just so we can see it nice and clearly. Let's also add 10 pixels of margin to the top. Don't need to worry about the bottom, but we'll do 20 to the left and 20 to the right. Let's say, enter your email address below and we'll send you a password reset prompt. Cool. Let's center align this just in case it needs to become smaller if they're on a smaller device. And let's also get rid of this password group. We don't need that. We'll also rename this button to be reset password. And we also don't need these two text boxes here. Actually, let's actually just keep one just in case they do remember their password. Let's just say, I remember my password. Let's edit this workflow to say, I don't want to go to the page registration. I want to go to the page login. Now, while I'm here, I do also just want to get rid of the steps in this workflow here, because actually, let's just get rid of the whole thing. Let's get rid of the whole workflow because it's not quite required. So back on our design tab, we will change this button to be button forgot password. Now, I want to add a workflow here. You might be thinking, this is really complex. How are we going to make this easy and seamless? And we have to send an email and then we have to include a link to bring them back to Bubble, and it's going to be very hard. Guys, Bubble does this all for us. Really, really cool. This is actually a built-in function of Bubble. If I click to add a step in my workflow, button forgot password is clicked, I can actually send a password reset email. The email to reset is the password, which is the value in input email. So input email's value, that will be the password that we are sending this prompt to. And this is what that email will look like. Your password reset request. It'll say, hello, someone submitted a request to reset your password. If this wasn't you, please ignore this message. If it was you, you can reset your password at the below link. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just quickly make a account where I can show you what this looks like. I'm going to just quickly test this to show you what this looks like on the receiver's end. So give me a moment and we'll see what that looks like. Okay, so I've just tested it, and let's jump in this window and take a look at what it looks like. So here we have our subject line. We have that text that we saw, and it's come from torpedo list at noReply.bubble.bubbleapps.io. You can change that further down the line. That's a bit complex, but we'll get there. And it does have this link that says reset here. Now, what is really cool again is that if I click this link, it'll take me to this page, which is actually magically just already made. How has this happened? Let me head back to our Bubble editor, and I want to actually show you this page that is built by default, reset_pw. Now, if I head to my design tab, we can see that this is actually pre-built by Bubble. This is so cool. We don't even have to worry about this, all taken care of. Really cool stuff. The workflow here is that if I were to enter my new password and click confirm, I would want to add a workflow to then navigate back to the login page so that the user can actually enter in their new password and log in. We'll do that in a short moment, but I just wanted to point that out to say that is really cool. We haven't even had to worry about that. The reason I'm going to do that, not right now, but in a little moment, is that back on my forgot PW page, we do want to edit this workflow to then add another step. We want to add another step in our workflow to show an alert to say to the user, hey, we've sent you a password reset email. Check your inbox and follow the prompts. So the alert function in Bubble is again pre-built, is pretty cool. However, I will note that if I go to type in the word alert here right now, nothing happens. I first have to add the alert to my page. So let's head to my design tab, and I'm going to drag this alert onto my page. Now here we can see it's a pre-formatted button which looks okay, but first let's just add some styling. Let's make it full width, so I'm going to uncheck fit the width to the content. I don't need a minimum width. I can choose, let's add just 20 pixel margin to the left and 20 to the right. Let's also change the text that is here. So here we are going to say that we want an alert to show up to say, we've sent you a password reset email. Check your inbox and follow the prompts. That looks cool. It's red. Red's not bad. You know, if you might want to change it to be green if you wanted to change it to be green. Actually, yeah, let's do that to say it's successful. So we're going to change here the background color to be green. And I can then also make some other changes. Let's get rid of the border. We don't quite need that. and let's change the font color to be white. So just a quick note that you can make some easy changes to the styling there. Now with alerts, now if I head back to my workflow tab and I go to add, to find the alert workflow action, now we can do it. So let's show a message in an alert box. This is the element that we're showing, but the cool thing is that we can actually animate this. We can show a fade in, we can hold the message there, and then we can fade it away. So the fade in MS means that we are animating this 500 milliseconds that we are fading this in. We are then holding it for 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. Let's go ahead and make this 5000, so it shows for 5000 seconds. And let's say that it fades out again for 500 milliseconds. So let's see what that looks like. I'm going to preview this. So the cool thing here is that the alert isn't showing. The alert will only show after our workflow is triggered. So let me go ahead and enter in my email address. And I am going to say that, yes, I want to reset my password. I'm not actually going to action this, so I don't need to do it, but this is just an example. So I've now clicked reset my password, and there we can see our alert has shown up. It's animated, it's holding, and it's been about 5 seconds, and now it's disappeared. So once I've seen that, I know that I now need to go to my inbox. I followed the instructions, I've read the alert. I'm now going to go to my inbox, reset my password, head back, and now I'm going to create my new password and then hopefully log in. So that is the reset password page completed. Once, as we showed in the actual email, the user will then navigate to the set new password page. So let's go ahead and let's actually just add some styling to that. So that page is reset_PW. And as you can see, it looks a little bit different, a little bit of a different experience. So let's do our best to make this page look like that other page. Now, the first thing you'll notice is in our layers tree that there is a few containers already preset. So by default, Bubble, I don't want to say it, but Bubble makes this a bit more complicated than it needs to be. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag this group here out of these two container groups because I don't think we quite need them. So I'm going to drag them out like that. It does make it look a bit strange, but I don't need these groups here. So let me also drag the header out as well. The reason I don't quite like this anyway is because these are fixed. So if I get rid of these and I then go ahead and change my reset password page to be a column container layout, looks a little bit nicer. Let's just put the text box above, and then let's also make this center aligned, and it just looks a little bit nicer already. It looks a little bit more in tune with what we're used to, and it is responsive. That's the best part. Of course, it is responsive. Now let's adjust the styling here again to make it look similar to the forgot password page. So a little bit annoying, but that's okay. We'll make it work. So we don't need this text element to be fixed width. I'm not sure why Bubble does this. We don't need it to be a minimum width of 1080 pixels, and we can just fit this to the content. That's fine. Let's center align it. And we don't need it to be this large anyway. This is where our header goes. So this one we can say torpedo list, and it is actually header 1. So it's a heading 1 style, which is what we've got on the other pages. This is fine. And if you recall, we also added 20 pixels of margin to the top. It was 50 pixels to the top, 20 to the left, 20 to the right. And I believe it was 10 to the bottom 20 to the bottom as well. And we also just made it center aligned like that. I think with the minimum width, I think we said the minimum width was 180 pixels, I believe. So let's just test this. We're going to head to our responsive tab. And as we can see, if we make it smaller, yeah, that looks great. That's fine. If someone's viewing this on a mobile device, it'll look weird. So we do need to make some changes here, but we'll do that shortly. Let me head back to my UI builder. And now I'm actually going to add in that bit of text to say, we want you to reset your password here. So here, let's add that instruction, reset your password. I'm going to, similar to what we did earlier, let's make this heading 4. Let's center align this, and also I'll center align the text as well, just in case it goes smaller. Let's also add, I will notice that with this group, Bubble has actually set some parameters. So a little bit annoying. Let's change it and make it our own. Let's get rid of the max width, the fixed width rather. make it a minimum width of 0 and a maximum width of 600 pixels, so it's the same as our other group. Let's also get rid of the padding because we are going to control our size, our placement, the placement of our elements with our margins. So I've just gotten rid of our padding. Let's change the appearance of this group here. God, there's actually a lot to change. We are changing the flat color we want it to be that gray color that we saw over here. So let's go to our forgot password. Let's change this group. The code is ED. So I'm just going to copy that. We're going to head back to our reset password page and we are going to change the background color. If I just paste that color code, it should change and be the same. Yes, it does. That's great. Now it's also got a shadow. Kind of looks cool, but let's get rid of it just to keep our app consistent. And let's also make it a roundness border of 20 pixels. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to add that margin rather. So we've got 20 pixels to the top, 20 to the left, 20 to the right. Let's go 10 to the bottom. And here for our button, let's also just add 20 pixels to the bottom. Let's add 20 to the left and 20 to the right. What I'm going to do, we don't have the option just yet to fit the width to the content. And that is because it is in this horizontal stretch, horizontal alignment. So if I change that to be centered, we can then say that we are fitting the width to the content. And there we can see our button looks similar to what it does on the rest of our page. So what I'm trying to show here is just some ways to adjust the styling nice and simply. Now, there's one last change that we want to make, and it's actually a pretty cool introduction to another feature that I love in Bubble. So like I say, Bubble's got a lot of cool built-in features. We can see here that this card reset password group is a column container layout, which is fine. We have our group content here, which has two groups, the group password and the group confirm password. So it looks okay. What I'm going to do, just to show this, what I'm actually going to do, let me drag these out of my group so that I just want to show you guys a pretty cool feature. Let me just get rid of this group here so that we have all of our elements in this card reset password layout here. So like I said, we do have a column container layout, so all of our elements are stacked from top to bottom. Again, we do have this horizontal alignment weird stretch setting, so let's change that. Let's do the same here. Let's also do the same here. Let's get rid of that and fit width to the content. That's okay, I'm like that. So where I was going with this, if I want to add these two elements into a row container layout, yes, I could drag the group container layout into my group here and then add them and make them a row. But there is a cool feature that I just want to quickly show. So if I click this text box and if I hold Shift or Command or Control, whatever device you're on, and click this input, it means that I'm selecting both of these elements. Now, what I can do, because I want these two elements to be within a group, I can right click and I can select this group elements in option. Now here, I can group them in a row container with a click of a button. So if I click this, it automatically adds them into their own group, and that group is a row container. I will mention that it does look a little bit strange now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to uncheck the fix width to content option. I'm going to remove the minimum width, and then I'm going to just make some styling changes just before you think that it looks terrible. So let me add 20 pixels of margin to the left, 20 to the right. I will center align this text vertically. I'm going to make it look like my other elements. So let's add a colon there and bold it. And let's also just add, I think it was on the input field here, we added 10 pixels margin to the left. So that's starting to look very similar to what we have for the other parts of our application on our other pages. So it does look like here we do have some weird spacing. The reason that is because our container alignment for this group looks a bit strange. So what I'm going to do, let me get rid of the apply gap between spaces, the apply gap spacing between elements. This essentially just adds a 24 pixel row, a gap between each of these rows. It is a cool feature, but we're not going to worry about it. I'm also going to say that I want my container alignment to be to the top. Again, guys, I'm just trying to show you all the different styling you can do for your individual elements and your groups and the like. Let me go ahead and do the same thing for this group here, let's group these elements in a row container also. I am going to remove the fit width to the content. Let's make it for 0 minimum width, 0 pixels. Let's add 20 pixels to the left and 20 to the right of our group. And let's also center align this text and add a colon and then bold it. So it all looks the same. Now, one thing I didn't do, I didn't name my groups. Let's go group new password, group confirm password. I will mention that because this is built by default and Bubble makes mistakes too, let's call this Bubble input password, and then this one confirm, just so that we can differentiate the two in our workflow. Confirm. Let's then, similar to what we did on our original page, let's say that this text is 164 pixels. Let's say that we want the minimum width to be 165 just to be safe. And then let's also do the same for this text box here, 165, so that they are the same width. What's going on? Okay, I haven't added my 10 pixels of margin to the left of this group. Then we can see that we're lined up. I'm now going to just add 10 pixels of margin to the bottom of this. And I'm going to add 20 to the bottom of this group. Again, guys, you're showing this is how you can quickly edit styling. Let's also just add 20 pixels of margin to the bottom here. Nice and dynamic. Now we have a reset password page that looks similar to our other pages. A bit of hoops to jump through, but just what we have to do. It is now fully responsive and just looks a little bit nicer and looks great. I actually just quickly might just add some margin to this card. Let's go 20 to the left and 20 to the right. Let's also, I don't know why it's this specific minimum height, but let's get rid of that as well. So we're now fitting to the height of the content. It is all now nice and responsive and a pretty cool experience. Regardless, if they're on the mobile, it looks good. It looks okay. They might need to squeeze it in, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. Now let's create this workflow. Let's go to my workflow tab and let's create a new workflow. So whenever the element is clicked, and the element being the button confirm is clicked, we want to first and foremost change the password for the current user. Now to do that, there is this reset password option down here. And I'm going to say that the password that I want to reset will of course be the input password's value. And I do want the confirmation to be the input confirms value. So if these two are the same, if these two passwords are the same, it will work. If not, maybe try again. It'll alert the user to say they don't match, which is all cool. Again, you can change that text in your settings section. But now that we've reset the password, let's then navigate the user. We are going to go to a page. That page is going to be login, because we are allowing our user to then log in once they have done that. Okay, let's go ahead and test this experience. To do so, I am going to go let's click out of this. This is the reset password prompt that I sent a little while ago. Let's click this reset button here. I am taken to my new, better looking reset password list, and let's create a new password. Let's create it a little bit different. It might have to be different to the password that we created. So like this, I hope that works. Let's hit confirm. So it looks like I've navigated back to the login, so that looks okay. I can now just test that I am going to log in with my new credentials. If I go log in, then here we go. I'm taken through to the index page, which is great. So I know that all works, but there is one thing that I realize I haven't now done. So let's say, for example, yes, we've created this workflow. If the user doesn't have an account, they can go to the registration page. If they think, oh yes, I do have an account already, I'm going to go to the login page. But if I've forgotten my password, we haven't added this workflow. So let's just do one final adjustment here. We are going to our login page, and we are saying that if the user clicks this text, we're going to add a workflow. We are going to navigate them to a page, and that page is the forgot password page. And there we have it. That is the experience we wanted to create. Let's head back to our Notion checklist. We have created a login page for our users and redirected to the index page. However, if they have forgotten their password and need to reset it, we've created the reset password page. We have sent them the prompt automatically. Luckily, Bubble built that in. We have allowed them to set a new password and go back to the login page to enter their new credentials and log in to their user account. In the next module, we're going to change gears a little bit and create a page template, which is going to be the foundation of our user interface and the theme of our pages throughout our application. In this module, we're going to start to visualize what a user will see when they interact with our application and how they will navigate between pages by adding some menu items. Here on our Notion checklist, the next thing we are going to create is a page template. Now you may be thinking, one, what is a page template? And two, why do we need a page template? And I'll tell you both the reasons. So the first of what is a page template. This is a page that we're going to create and use during the time that we develop our application so that we can select this option whenever we create a new page and choose to clone from it. So when we create a new page, we're going to clone it from our page template so that we can set up the structure of our page and it looks consistent across all of our pages. We don't have to go through that work to set up the structure of our page again. And why would we use it? I sort of did just cover that. But the reason why we are using this as opposed to just using a reusable element, which is something that experienced Bubble users will know, is because we are not able to use floating groups as reusable elements. For the new Bubblers, that might sound a little bit confusing, but let me just head into my Bubble editor and let me explain. So let's go ahead and create a new page. I'm going to add a new page. Let's just call this page template. Like I said, we're only going to use this during the development of our app, so we don't have to worry about this going live. So we can just clone this from scratch and just get started. Now, usually, if I were to only have, let's say for example, a header. If I were to have a header, I could create what's called a reusable group so that anytime I wanted to add my header to a new page, I could just select that reusable element or that reusable group and stick it on that page. But let's say, for example, I make a change to my header. If I didn't use a reusable element and I had 5 pages, I'd have to then go and make a change on every single one of those headers that I copied across. However, with a reusable element, you can make changes to that individual element or that individual group that then gets reflected across every page that the reusable element is currently sitting on. So why don't we just do that? Well, the reason is because for our pages, all the pages on our application, we're going to have a top menu, which is normal, but we're also going to have a side menu. Pretty similar to what you're seeing here actually in the Bubble editor. We have this top menu here and then we have this side menu to the left-hand side of the page too. Now, why do we want to use floating groups for this? Well, the reason is if I were to, let's say, add a floating group to this page, let's make this floating group, let's make this a dark color, a dark text color. It's nice and dark gray, that's fine. You can see here that we are floating this group relative to the top of the page and to the left of the page. Now this means that anywhere I scroll, that is going to stick relative in that position. It is going to be to the top left-hand side of the page. If I were to, let's say for example, if I wanted this to be my top header menu, I could choose not to make this a fixed width. I could make it a minimum width of 0 pixels. And I could choose it for a height for just to be, it can be fixed in this instance, it can just be 50 pixels. Now, if I scroll around my page, that floating group is going to stay there, which is really cool. You might call this sticky if you're familiar with website design or designing applications. But what about the side menu? Well, I can actually do the same thing with my side menu. Let me add my floating group here. As you can see, because it's a floating group, it is sitting on top of my original group. So it always sits above elements in the element tree. Might get a bit confusing. However, what I want to do, let's actually first make a bit of a change. So with a floating group, like I said, it can stay where it is. So if I were to add 50 pixels of margin to the top of my floating group there, you can see it moves below this floating group. So we've started to build a bit of a structure for these two groups and for our page. Now, if I wanted to, let me first and foremost, let me just change the color of this. Let me change it to be our gray color so it's consistent. If I were to then remove, in my layout tab, if I were to then remove the fit height to the content option, that would make this floating group the full height of the page. Now I will just get rid of this minimum height, but what I'm actually going to do is I will make this element a fixed width. Let's make it 250 pixels. It doesn't quite matter because it's always going to be there anyway, unless we're on a mobile device, which we're going to touch on in the next module. So we have here our page structure. We have this top menu here, and then we have a space for a side menu here. Then what we can do is we can then add before I jump ahead actually, let's see what happens if I were to then add, let's say, a button to my page. Unfortunately, sorry guys, I have just got my container layout to be fixed. If I were to have it as a column, it would sit behind our floating groups. It would sit behind these two groups. So what I actually want to do, I then want to make a group which is going to cover this white space here. So that way I'm then going to put my elements in a body group separate to my two floating groups. Let me just first actually just big man of my word and make this, change the names of these elements just so that I know exactly what I'm talking about. So let me now just remove this button. I don't need that. I'm going to add a group onto my page here. Now, as you can see, it does sit in the top left-hand side of my page. So if I were to then add some, similar to what I did for this side group, a margin of 50 pixels to the top and then 250 pixels to the left, I'm okay with it to be no pixels on the right or the bottom. You can see that it sits in this white space, so away from the top and the side group, the floating groups. Now, if I were to not fit the width to the content, make it a minimum width of 0 and a maximum width of infinite, and then remove the fit to height option and make it a minimum height of 0, I can then have this group body where I can then place all of my elements and essentially structure my page. So if I were to now add a button to this group, you can see it fits within this section of the page. So we do now have a bit of a structure for this page template, which is great. However, you may have noticed that we still have something here that's static. If I were to then use this as my page template and then copy it across to a new page, and then if I were to make a change to this page, then it wouldn't reflect in my new page. I'd have to do that manually. Now here is where I'm going to use a reusable element. So let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a group to my group. Might sound a little bit silly, but that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a group to my floating header. I'm going to call this group header reusable. And I'm firstly just going to adjust the layout here. So let's make it not fit to the width of the content. Let's also make it a fixed height of 50 pixels because this is not going to change. And then what I'm going to do, actually first, let me start to build out this element because I'll show you in a second. So I have my group header reusable in this floating header group. I'm now going to add my logo. So my logo for this site is simply the word torpedo list, and it is white text, and it is 18 pixels, and it is 700, a weight of 700. I'm going to give that a margin of, let's say, actually I'm only going to give it 20 pixels margin to the left and 20 to the right, because within this group, I'm going to align my elements to be centered in the container. So that's going to sit centered and it will be in the nice spot, in the spot where I want it to be. Now I do just want to adjust the rich text. I do want to make these 3 letters a gray color, which does give it that to-do list effect. As you can see, the white letters spell to-do list, which is very clever. But what I now have the problem of, if I were to make this a reusable element, which I'm going to do now, before I explain the problem with it, let me make this a reusable element. So to do that, I right click on the group. It can either be in this elements tree or it can be this group here. And I can choose to convert to a reusable element. So when I convert it to a reusable element, we are going to call this header group. That's fine. And when I hit create, I then essentially am greeted with this, which is kind of like you can imagine a new page. A reusable element is placed in this page drop down here, but it is added as its own thing, this reusable elements. And it's actually, my head's in the way, but you can find it in the elements tree or in the left-hand side of my page, just in this section down here in the reusable elements section. So let's say, for example, back on my page template, if I want to add this back in, I could just drag the reusable element onto my page, and it's added in there, which is fine. Essentially what that means is that if we were to make a change to this element, we would want to do it here, and then it would reflect everywhere that this header group is. But as you can see, it looks kind of weird here. It's kind of hard to see. So to fix that problem, all I'm going to do, I know it's a bit counterintuitive, but I'm going to set it to be a flat color background of my gray color there. So although it's not the full width, we do know that it has a maximum width of infinite, and it's not fit to the width of the content. So in my page template, we can see that it is reflected here. Just for example's sake, let's say if I were to make a change to my header group, let's say I was to add an icon, which was, this star, that's fine. It then goes and reflects in my page template. Actually, no, it doesn't, because I haven't replaced this group with the reusable group. Let me do that now. So there we can see if I add the floating group there and replace the old group, we can see that it's sitting there. Now let me show you again. If I were to then go and make a change, let me get rid of, actually let's make this a row container layout, for example. If that star were to be first, I then go to my page template and it is reflected. So the point of this is to say that anytime you use a reusable element and you make a change to it, it does reflect across the entire site, which is great. Now the beauty of this is that we can have the best of both worlds. If I now copy across this page template, the structure isn't going to quite change. The header and the side menu and the body are always going to be there. However, if we have our reusable elements within these floating groups, we can change those dynamically, which is a really, really cool solution. So let's get rid of our star and let's have our text box sit vertically in the middle of our group. And there we can see, if we head back to our page template, we can see our logo looks great there. Now here, I'm not going to make any more additions to my header. You can if you like, but I'm going to stick most of my navigation in the left-hand side of my page. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to add a group into this left floating group for my side menu. And I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to immediately convert this to a reusable element, because I want to make my changes in the reusable element section and then display those here on the left-hand side of the page so that I can change it dynamically. So this element, let's call this side group, is what I think I called the other one, side group. And this is going to create here a new reusable element. Now, as you can see, it looks a bit weird. You can't quite see it. So let's go ahead and let's change the background style here to be a flat color. And we're going to make it our dark gray color. Now, I'm now going to go back to my page template. I'm actually going to get rid of this group, and I'm going to add in my side group to this floating group to the left here. And then I can do all of my work in this side group reusable element here. So let's do just that. What I'm going to do is I am now going to add a few groups to my groups, to this group. I'm going to add a group here where the first thing I'm going to do is add a navigation to get back to my home page. So let's call this group home. Now we are going to make this full width. So let's uncheck fit width to content and let's make the minimum width 0 pixels. And let's change this to be a row container layout. Now I'm going to add in a home icon followed by the word home so that my users know that when they click it, they're going home. Let me add that to my group here. If I type in so this is actually the first time we've added an icon, so let me quickly explain it. So here, whenever we add an icon, we can see that we are given a few options to pick an icon, to change the color, and to make it rotate. Here, we're just going to, let's firstly change the color of our icon because it's on a dark background. Let's make it white. and let's choose a different icon. Now with our icons, we can see we are given a few different icon sets that we can choose from, as well as the style that we can choose, outline, filled, rounded, or whatever. We can also use this search feature to actually look for an icon that will fit our needs. So if I just type in the word house, house kind of means home. So let's use that as the icon. So I'm going to use this house icon. Then next to it, let's add a text element and let's simply add the word home. Now at the moment, the font color is the same as the background. So let's change it to be white. Let's also make it 700, a weight of 700 rather. And then let's head to our layout tab and let's vertically align this in the center and this in the center as well, this icon. So we have the home icon followed by the word home. Let's then add 20 pixels of margin to the left to set it off there. And there we have our first group. Now let's go ahead and add another group, which is going to be our next navigation. I'm just going to hit copy and then I'm going to somewhere click paste. And this will be our My Tasks navigation. So when the user clicks on this, they're going to navigate to the page that is called My Tasks. So let's replace this text with My Tasks because they're going to navigate to the My Tasks page. And for our icon, let's change this. I'm going to use check marks. I'm going to use check marks a lot in my application. So it makes sense that that's a bit of an icon that we might say represents tasks. So let's type in check. And I think this looks good. This option here with the circle, we're going to use that a fair bit. Here we have the My Tasks section. Let's actually add, just so it looks a bit more spaced out, let's just add 10 pixels of margin to the left for each of these. Just so it looks a bit more spaced out and fills the space a bit nicer. There we go. Now next, we are going to do the same thing. Let's copy this group here and let's paste it. Let's see if we can paste it here. Sometimes if you paste, it actually adds it to that group, but it hasn't here. This is fine. So let's call this group settings. Here, we are going to allow our user to navigate to the settings page that we created earlier. So let's change the text to say settings. And let's change the icon to be, if I just type in a cog, not quite a cog. Actually, I think the material, if we choose a different set, let's choose the font awesome 4. I think the cog is there. Okay, here we have the cog. So we can choose to display icons from a different icon set, which is what I'm doing here. I'm wanting to display the cog icon to show that we are navigating, we're allowing users to navigate to the settings section. Now, what I'm going to do next, if we head back to our page template, you can see that it's starting to look really good. It's starting to take shape. We have our navigation menu on the left, which as you can see, has been dynamically changed because we're doing that in a reusable element, which is great. However, I do just want to add some spacing to the top and bottom of this menu, as well as a border. It looks a bit strange now that it all looks like it's one thing. So let me add a border to the top of this group, as well as the bottom, just to split it up a bit. So to do that, let's head back to our side group. What I'm going to do with this group is I'm going to add the group home. I'm going to add 20 pixels of margin to the top here. And I'm also going to add 20 pixels of margin to the bottom of my settings group. Now, what I'm going to do now, if I wanted to, let's say for example, add just a border to this group, what I could do is head to my appearance tab and I could choose to add a border. I could choose to add a solid line to all borders. If it were to be white, you can see that this group has a white box around it. Looks good, but it's not quite the look that we're going for. So let me get rid of that. What I could also do, let me get rid of it one more time. What I could also do is if I just wanted to be the top border, I could choose to define each border independently. And I could just choose to add a solid border to the top and make that be white, but again, not quite the look that we're going for. So what I'm actually going to do to simulate my border is I'm going to add a shape. Let's add a shape to the top of our group here, our side group. And I just want this to be a 1 pixel line. I just want this to be, to look like essentially like, yes, like I said, a line that separates the header and this group. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to choose to make this shape. Let's call this top line. Let's make this shape not fixed width. It can be as wide as this group is, but let's give it a fixed height of 1 pixel. Now I'm also just going to head to my appearance tab, and as you can see, it is this red color that's only a 10% opacity for some reason. Let me choose the white color, and the opacity does make sense. I don't want it to stand out too much, so let me give it a 50% opacity. So now we've got this gray line added to the top of this set of layers. So we have our top line, then we have our group home, group my task, group settings, and then let's add another line. So if I copy and if I just paste it here, but then move it underneath this group settings, I'll have to place it here for now and then move those around just to get it in the right location. Let's call this bottom line. Then we do have the look that we're going for. I will quickly say that you might be thinking, hey Shane, why don't you just add a border to this group or to this reusable group? That's because I'm going to then add more groups underneath it. So just don't jump down my thread already. So let's head to our page template and see what that looks like. So here you can see we have our header menu, and then we have this side section here, this side menu where we can start to see it taking shape. We have the home section, the my tasks section, and then the settings section. Now, I will link these in a workflow, so whenever you click this group, it does navigate through to that page, but I don't want to do that just yet. And the reason is because we haven't created the My Tasks page yet, and our home page, our index page isn't quite set up yet. So we'll do that as we go along. The beauty of it is that when that time comes, we can make that change in our reusable element, and then it will take effect across every other page that we have created using this template, which is really cool. Now, throughout this course, I am going to add more things to my left menu here. I'm going to add a list of all the projects and all the tags, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm not going to tell you any more about that. Let's now put our page template to the test. Let's go ahead, and I'm actually going to delete the settings page that I just created because that's blank. We don't quite want to use that. Let's delete that settings page. Let's go confirm. Now, what I now want to do, I want to recreate this settings page from my template. So let me show you how we're going to do that. So anytime I create a page, I'm going to add a new page. Let's call this page name settings, and I'm going to clone this from our page template. Now, when I hit create, let's see what happens. We have our new page that's created, and as you can see, it's already got our floating group set up, it's already got our body, and it's already got our reusable elements in our header and our side menu. I can now go ahead and add in all of my content here to make the settings page its own thing. Just a really cool way to just quickly create pages and make sure that the header is the same, and any updates that we make to things like our side menu reflect across the entire site. So it's combining page templates with floating groups with reusable elements. Just a really cool way that I personally like to build applications. Now, what you might have thought and noticed that I just deleted my settings page. So if let me just explain here. Very cool example. We have just been presented an issue. So if we delete something or make a change, or as we go to build, we might see this icon here that says, hey, there's an issue. Bubble knows when there's issues in our site. And in this case, I know it's that a workflow is a bit broken. So let's click into it, and here we can see that there is an issue to fix. Go to page is not possible. If I click this, it'll take me straight to that issue. So as we can see, it's an issue on our registration page, and it is in our workflow tab. I can see here that is step 3, go to page. The destination hasn't been set. It was set at settings, but we actually just deleted that page. So if I update this to be the new settings page that we just created, the issue is resolved and our app will work great. So let me head back to my settings page, and here you can see we'll do this in a few modules time. We can now go ahead and add our settings sections to this page, which is great. So that right there is the power of using a page template. However, there's a slight problem with it. It is not responsive. Let me show you what I mean. If I head to my responsive tab, we did set this width to be this side menu to be a fixed width. So if I shrink the size of this page, it will always be there. It will always be in its place. It will always be 200 pixels in width, which isn't great. We don't love this. What you might be familiar with is that when we get to in a lot of applications, a lot of websites, you get to a certain what's called a breakpoint. You get to a certain page width and a heading and a side menu might be hidden, and then a burger navigation menu might show up. I am getting ahead of myself, but we are going to cover this in the next module. So we will cover this. While I'm here, actually, something's been bugging me. I don't like how wide this is. I am just actually going to just change this side group to actually only be 200 pixels. Sorry, that was annoying me. Let's go 200 pixels, and let's also change it on our page template. This can also be 200 pixels here. So that's just a quick little showcase that you can still make changes if you like. You just have to do it across the board. Here we have this default builder width 200, so it's fine there. What I'm saying is that we have created our page template, but we are still going to make a change. I have also just noticed, sorry team, that we do have to change this left margin to be 200 pixels and on our settings page to be 200 pixels as well. Just again, driving my point home. But there we go. We have our page template. Let's head across to our Notion checklist and make sure we've done everything. We've created the page template. We've added our floating header group and our side menu and our body group. And then we've created our repeating group for our header and our repeating group side menu so that if we make changes to our application, it replicates in this new menu. So like I said, in the next module, we'll tackle mobile-friendly templates, but see you then. Now that we've built the desktop version of our page template, in the next module, we're going to make a few adjustments to finesse the mobile experience of our application. Within this module, I wanted to take the time to talk more about the concept of responsive design and show how we can make our application look fantastic regardless of the device our app is being used on. Here on our Notion checklist, now that we've created our page template, the next thing we're going to do is make our template mobile friendly. If you can recall, in the last module, we did create our page template. However, when we tested the responsiveness, it did get to a certain page width and then didn't quite look great. So what we're going to do here is we are going to add what's called a breakpoint, which will affect what we see with our side menu. Now to do this is actually pretty simple. We can use conditions to hide a group dependent on the width of the page. So as you can see here, let's start to slowly drag our page width and sort of start to take a guess of when we should apply this breakpoint. So I think about here, let's say 690 pixels. I'd like to maybe think that any smaller than this and the page might look a bit strange. So I'd like to, whenever I have a page that's less than 690 pixels, I actually want to hide this group. So we can actually do that very simply. Let's head to our UI builder and let's select our floating side group. What I want to do is I can head to my conditional tab and set a condition for this group. Now, let me explain what I'm going to do here. I'm going to define this condition and I'm going to say, I'm just going to type in the word page and I'm going to say when the current page width is less than 690, which means 690 pixels, we are saying that this element is visible? No. So when we choose a condition for an element or for a group or anything like that, we can select from a lot of properties to change. We are saying first and foremost that this element is visible. No, we don't want it to be the case. We want it to be hidden. So let's see what that looks like. So when I head to my responsive tab and I say that it is the page width is this big, that looks great, but when it is hidden, it disappears and goes away. So then we can start to see that, yes, this is more of a better, if we start to imagine what our page is going to look like, this is going to be a bit better. A problem that we have is that our body group is still to the right-hand side of our page. So what we can do here is also add another condition to this group. So if we take a look back, we did see that whenever the page width was less than 690 pixels, this group was hidden. If I go ahead and I copy this expression, or if I just go back into my group body and I type it out again, so we can say page width, when the current page width is less than 690 pixels, we want to make a change. And the change we want to make is the margin. So at the moment, our margin to the left-hand side of the page is 200 pixels. If we make that 0, that will move to the left-hand side of the page and sit exactly where we want it to be. So the current page width is less than 690. Let's change the property that we are changing the margin. We are changing the left margin to be 0. Now let's test this. Let's just quickly just give our group body just a color just so that we can see it. Let's make it red, that's fine. When we adjust the width, we do see that it's starting to approach 690, 694, 692, and there we go. It's below 690 pixels, and the group body goes to the left-hand side of the page and is full width. That is responsive as it gets. That looks awesome. As we can see, if it's this large, we can see it. If it's this small, we don't see it, which is exactly what we want. That's really good start. But what if someone is on a mobile device and wants to navigate between their pages? They're going to have to bring that menu back into the view and into the picture that we can see here so they can navigate to another page. So how do we do that? To do that, we are going to create what I call a burger nav, which is a burger navigation, which let me add the element and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's head to our UI builder. I'm going to add an icon to my header reusable element. So to do that, let me go to my reusable elements. I'm going to go to my header group. Now, just so that I can see what I'm working with, let's change this header group. Let's change the width of this if possible. Let's make it to be, just for now, just so we can see it, 600 pixels. Now, if our page is 600 pixels, what I want to do is I want to add an icon to this group. So let me add it here. And if I'm still in Font Awesome 4, if I type in navigation, it brings up this icon, which I think looks like a hamburger. So let's make this icon white, and let's also choose to align it vertically in the center. And then let's pick this group and let's choose to add space between these two elements in our alignment. And then lastly, let's add 20 pixels of margin to the left. So we're just adding a bit of styling. Oops, let's add 20 pixels to the right. So we're just adding a bit of styling here, and we can see that we've added this icon to be the navigation. However, we don't want this to show all the time. If I'm on my normal page template and I have this wide view, I'm thinking, why do I have this navigation? It's pointless, because we're going to add an action to bring in the side group. We're going to bring in the side element whenever this button is clicked, whenever that is clicked. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add another condition for that icon. So let's head back to our header group and let's go ahead and let's add a condition here. It's the same condition that we've added earlier. We are saying that when the current page width, this time we want to say when it is greater than 690, we want this property, this element to be visible. No, we don't. We want this element to be invisible when the page width is greater than 690. So it's a bit of the opposite of what we've done. We are hiding groups when it's less than the page width breakpoint, but now we're hiding it if it's greater than, because if someone's visiting our site, like I said, on a desktop device, we don't want it to be seen. So let's go to our page template. If I go to the responsive tab, we can see, let's say for example, we're at 1200 pixels wide, can't see it. Let's make it smaller. We're heading to 800, 700 pixels, get to 690, and there it is. We can see it, which is fantastic. Now, like I said, we want to add an action so that when this navigation button is clicked, it brings up that floating group. Now, let's see if we can do that. So let's go to our header group. We want to add a workflow so that anytime this icon is clicked, it shows the side menu. Let's see if we can do that. If I go to add a workflow, whenever that icon is clicked, I want to toggle an element. I'll explain why in a second. But if I go to toggle an element, I actually can't pick it from my dropdown. And the reason that is because we are currently in the reusable header group. We aren't in a page that also shows the side group. So what Bubble's doing is it is looking at all of the elements that are currently in this header group page, and it only includes this text box and this icon. It doesn't include the side menu. So we actually can't use this just here. What we're going to have to do instead is we are going to have to place it as its own floating group on our template. It might sound a bit confusing, but let's do that. Let's go ahead and let's actually cut this. The reason we're going to cut it is because we're going to use it again. And we're going to want to keep that condition that we set, where if it's greater than 690 pixels, it's hidden. So let's head to our page template. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add another floating group to my page. However, this time I'm going to vertically float it relative, yes, to the top, but horizontally to the right of my page. Now, what I'm now going to do, I am going to choose it to be a flat color background, the same one we have there. Let's choose it to be a height of 50 pixels. That's fine. Let's only choose it to be a width of 50 pixels as well though. And I'm also going to choose to give it a margin of 20 pixels to the right. And this group will always be seen, which isn't an issue. What I'm going to now do though, is I'm going to paste and hopefully my icon comes across. Let's see if it does. And there we have it. Our icon has come across and is sitting in floating group C, which we are calling navigation. Now I'm going to say that I want to put the center vertical alignment for all elements in this group. I'm also going to, I don't need this right margin anymore, so I can get rid of it in my icon. And there we can see we have our burger navigation sitting in our floating group. I can also put it in the center if I like, just to be pretty pedantic. So here we have that the icon only shows when the current page width is greater than 690 pixels. So let me go ahead and let's test this. So let's see if I go to my responsive tab. Currently can't see it. We make the page width a bit smaller and there we can see it at 690 pixels. It appears, which is great. Now, if we go ahead and we add our workflow to this icon, if we say add workflow, when this navicon is clicked, we want to toggle an element. Now, let me just quickly see if it's shown so that I can explain what we're doing. We want to toggle the floating group side group. Yes, we do. So the option is there because we have added this to our page template, page, not just the repeating group. So just a quick note there. Now, why do we want it to be a toggle rather than just show? Toggle is turning on and off, and every time it's essentially a two-way action for our elements. If I were to just have the show option, the show action for this group, when I clicked it, it would show. There wouldn't be a way to close it unless I added another workflow, which is a little bit annoying. The toggle gives me both options. I can click this when the side group is hidden and it will show it, and when I click it again, it will hide it. Really cool. Let me show you. So let me go to my design tab. What I'm going to do, I'm going to preview my application. And now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to right click and I'm going to inspect, and I'm going to here adjust the page width. So I can do that in the developer tools. So now we can see that what we have created is a responsive design. We are hiding this side menu. That looks a bit strange, but this just must be something to do with developer tools, but don't worry about it. When we are on the full width, we can see this side menu, and when we are on the smaller width, we can see the icon, and then we can click it and it shows the side menu, and we click it again and it reduces it. So just a really cool way to just make a fully responsive design and an application that if someone's viewing it on a mobile device, it looks pretty, looks pretty good, I think. So let's head back to our Notion checklist and make sure that yes, we have made a template that is mobile friendly. We have set the page width conditions. We are hiding the side menu if it gets less than 690 pixels. We've added the hamburger navigation button, and we are toggling the side menu with that button. I will note that what I have just made changes again to our settings page. Like I said in the last module, we have created our settings page from the page template. So let me just show you again. Let me delete this one more time now that we've again made a change to our template. So this is why you want to get it right at the start, but then also adjust with reusable elements. So let's create a new page again. Let's create a settings page and let's clone it from our page template. Let's hit create. I've just remembered that I've kept the red, so it's gonna be red. Let's get rid of that. So let's change our color to be none for this background style for the body. We'll do the same on our page template. All fun, guys. Let's go none there. And now we have to, of course, update this issue. We are fixing it, and we are saying that we are going to the settings page this is our registration workflow. So there we have our page template that is mobile friendly. Throughout the next module, I'm going to teach you exactly how you can create a settings page within your checklist app. So that way, of course, people can make changes to their account and personalize their experience. Within this module, we're going to build out the settings page of our checklist app. Here, we'll be displaying the current user's information whenever they log in, and also be configuring some workflows to allow our users to save their changes to the user record in the database. The next feature that we're going to build on our Notion checklist is our settings page. Now, on our settings page, we are going to be displaying the information of the user that's currently logged into our application, and we're going to allow our user to make changes to their account, whether that be their name or their profile picture. We're then going to build out the workflows to make those changes in our database. Let's get straight into it. I'm going to firstly let our users know that this is the settings page. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to drag a text element into my body group here. Now I've already created this in previous modules, so let me just go ahead and just update this text to be settings. Now I'm going to change the style of this automatically. Let's change this to be heading number 2. And as you can see, it's already has this preset stylings with the heading 2 style here. What I'm then going to do, I'm going to head to my layout tab and just give it some margin. Let's give it 20 pixels of margin at the top, 20 to the left, 20 to the right, and let's also just do 20 at the bottom while we're here. Now, when the user lands on this page, it's super clear that this is their settings page. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to make a bit of a style change. Let me add a group to this body group here. Let me add a group. This is going to be where I'm going to store my input fields and my button and my current user's display the current user's information. And I'm going to display it in a bit of a different look. Let's go ahead and let's change firstly this name, group settings. Now let's head to our appearance tab, and I'm going to firstly, let's give this a background style flat color. However, I'm going to leave this color as white. Let me just make it a bit better size so that we can see it. Turn off the fit width to content, make it a minimum width of 0. And let's just make it a minimum height of 400 pixels just for now while we're working with it. Let's also give 20 pixels of margin to the left, 20 to the right, and 20 to the bottom. And I'm also going to head to my appearance tab, and I'm going to give it a border roundness of 20. Now, it might seem a bit weird having a white group on a white background, so let's change that. Let's change the background color for our body group to be this color code. Let's choose it to be E3, E3, E3. I think that looks pretty cool. Here we have our border, our header and side menu in dark gray, and then the background in a lighter gray, and then we have the actual settings section or group in a white. I think that looks pretty cool. That just shows another cool bit of styling you can add. You don't always have to have a white background, for example. Here I'm going to have this as a light gray background, and then the group with the settings information in it in white. That looks pretty cool. And what I'm going to do now, let's get started with adding the content for this settings group. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a text element first. Let's, in this case, not display just any old text. Let's display what is called dynamic text or dynamic data. So with this text, let's make it a little bit larger. Let's make it 18 pixels, and let's also make it bold, 700 weight. What we're going to do is we are going to display the current user's name in this text box. But we can't just write Shane, or we can't just write your name, for example. We have to display the current user's logged in name. That is going to be dynamic. That is going to change depending on whoever the user is that is actually logged in here. So the way that we do that, if I click on this text, and I choose to insert dynamic data, I'm given a few options. Here, I can not just display any old text. I have to choose a data source or something from another element to display as this text. So what I'm going to do, just like the name suggests, I'm going to select the current user's name. Now what this does, you can see it's in a bit of a blue text here, which looks pretty cool. If I head to my layout tab just to add a bit of styling, let's go 20 pixels to the top, 20 to the bottom, and 20 to the left, and 20 to the right. If I then head to my data section here, and I head to my app data section, and in all users, I can actually choose to run a preview of my application as a specific user. So rather than just clicking this preview tab, I'm going to choose to run a preview as my test user. So when I click run as, it will run a test instance of my settings page as Shane. So as you can see, it is displaying the current user's name as Shane. So here we can see that the current user's name is being replaced with the current user's name. That is dynamic, which looks great. So as I continue to add content to my site, to my application, I can use dynamic data to make the experience of my application specific to the logged in user. This is the building block of an application. We have our database that is sending info dynamically to these dynamic sections and elements within my app, and it is displaying that, which is really cool. Now, while I'm here, I will just bring your attention to the fact that we do have this white spot down the bottom here. So let me just fix this. I am going to go ahead and head to my settings page, and I'm going to actually choose the background color of the entire page to be E3, E3, E3. And then once that happens, if I then go ahead and refresh this, it actually spreads out across the entire page, which looks better. So just a quick note if you picked up on that one. So next, let's allow our users to make a change to their name. So let me next go ahead and I'm going to add in another group. Let's add a group, and we are going to make it, well, let's call it group name. And we are going to make this not fit to the width of the content and not a minimum width of 40 pixels. Let's now go ahead and add a text element into our group here, as well as let's just add an input form here. And I do want to say that I do want to change this group to be a row container layout because we want to have these side by side. Now, this is a bit of a consistent theme that we're seeing across our application, just a cool way to make it a consistent experience throughout our application. So let's go ahead and let's add in the relevant information. Let's call this name. And as usual, let's bold this text and let's center align it vertically. Let's also give this group 20 pixels of margin to the left, 20 to the right, and let's only go 10 to the bottom. And then our input element, let's give it 10 pixels of margin to the left. Also choose it to be not fixed width. Remove the minimum width of 250 pixels. And let's also call this input name. Now what we're going to do here is quickly head to our responsive tab and see that, yes, this is responsive. This looks great. Now, before I move on to add the next section, I'm actually going to skip a few sections, and I'm going to add my button to trigger the workflow to update the current user's name. I'll explain why I'm doing that shortly. So let's head to our UI builder and let's add a button underneath this name group. Let's call this button update settings. And let's fix the label to be update. Let's give it 20 pixels of margin to the left and 20 to the right and 20 to the bottom. We don't have to worry about the top margin right now. But what I want to do is let's see this workflow. So what we're going to do whenever this update button is clicked, we want to make a change to a thing. We want to make a change to the current user. So we can see that we can here make changes to an entrance in the database. And here we are making a change to the current user, whoever is logged in to our application. Now the field that we want to change here is their name. And we want that name to be whatever is in the input names value. Now, let me just show you this in action. So again, I'll get to this shortly, but let's go ahead and say that the name is Shane K-Man. Shane K-Man. When I go update, you can see that it is updated in my database. My name has changed to Shane K-Man. If I were to change it again, we'd say, hey, it's Shane as my name. We can then update that as well. For now, let's call myself Shane K. Let's update that. Now, there are a few additional things that we're going to add here. We're going to add an alert to say that the name has been updated or the settings have been updated. And we're also just going to do one more thing with this field. But the reason I'm showing you this now is because next, let's say we were to add the email setting here. So let's say we wanted to change the user's email. We wanted to change the email to be whatever is in the input email field. If I were to then go to add that to my workflow, unfortunately, I can't change my current user's email. Whenever someone logs onto Bubble, their email address is fixed, and that is what is the golden key to get them into the application. So unfortunately, they cannot change their email address. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because here we aren't going to display an input field because it's not going to change anything. Instead, we're just going to display text here. So let's get rid of this input email field, and let's instead choose to add a text element to this group. We're going to insert dynamic data, and we are simply just going to show here the current user's email. We're just going to show their email address. Let's center align this. Let's also give it a height of 48 pixels so that it is the same height as this input here. And let's also give it a margin of 10 pixels to the left. So what we're seeing here, if I head back to my preview, is I'm going to refresh, and we can just see here that the email address is there. Because I can't change it, there's no point having it as its own input field. We're just having that display as a text field. Now, with that out of the way, I just wanted to explain that first because we were just explaining why we weren't going to add that in as the next step in the workflow. But what I want to bring your attention to is that we actually have a blank input here. Now, why is that an issue? If I were to just hit update, my name disappears. And the reason that would disappear is because it is taking this input field's value to be my name. So if I then go ahead and just update this, it changed it back. But what if I don't change that? What if I load this page and I change everything else except for my name and then hit update? My name's going to disappear. So what we have to do here is something pretty cool. Again, let me head to my Bubble editor. And what I can do for my input name field here, I can set some initial content. Now, what is this? Let me show you. If I click initial content and I choose to insert dynamic data, and I choose the initial content to be the current user's name. If I go ahead and then refresh this page, this field is actually pre-filled. So this field already has the current user's name. If I then go and update that, nothing changes. Well, it actually does change. I am taking the current user's name, but because it's already pre-filled in that field, it is actually making that change to whatever that value is. So using initial content is a cool way to just safeguard that we are not going to make a change to or remove any data if it is if it's not added into this field, which is pretty cool. So we now have that covered. The next thing that I'm going to add is firstly a place to allow the user to see their current profile picture and then update their current profile picture. So I'm going to do two things here. Let me first, to make this a bit of a cooler experience, let's see the user's profile picture here. Let's see it next to the name right there. So let's add that as an image. I'm going to add that as an image to my group here, and I'm actually going to choose to group this element and this element together in its own row container group. So we've done this before. We are grouping these two elements in their own row container so that they sit side by side. This does look a little strange, so let's firstly make it fit width of the content, remove the minimum width. Let's call this group settings header because it's the header of the settings section, the settings group header. And then let's choose here, let's display some content in this image. So this is just going to be a static image. I'll explain why I'm using this in a moment, but this is going to be dynamic at the same time. So let's choose a dynamic image source. Let's choose this to be the current user's profile picture. So what am I doing here? When we upload an image, we're given the choice to upload a static image where we can upload just a file and then that image is locked in and doesn't change. However, if I choose a dynamic image, it takes something from the database and adds it in to that element. Now at the moment, we have our default user profile picture set as the profile picture for this account. So let's hit refresh and let's see what it looks like. We can see that when we refresh, we can see the big avatar sort of looking, the user icon. So that looks big, weird, not what we're after. Let's make some more changes. So what we're going to do, I don't like that it's a square. What I want to do, I want to make it a circle. How will I do that? Firstly, let's change the name. Let's call this profile picture. Let's go ahead and let's head to our layout tab and let's change the size here. This is pretty large. This is crazy. Let's make this just 70 pixels. Let's make this 70 pixels wide. What we can do here, we have two options. We can also make it a height of 70 pixels, or we can choose an aspect ratio. So I want to keep this aspect ratio, I want this to be a square. I want this to be the same width as it is high. Let's make this 1:1. Now here we have, it's 1 pixel high to 1 pixel wide, so it's 7 pixels high, 7 pixels wide. It's a quick way to automate it. I'm jumping around. What I want to do, I want into my appearance tab, and I want to head down to my border style. Now the roundness here is the radius, the border radius. If I make this 100 pixels, check out what happens. If I just add a border just so we can see, I'm making a circle, which I think looks really cool. So when I go ahead and update my border roundness to be 100, it changes my image to be a circle, which is pretty cool. Let me get rid of this border style. I'm going to add 20 pixels of margin. Let's just add it to this group. Let's add 20 pixels of margin to the top for this group, 20 to the left and 20 to the right. Let's also add 20 to the bottom. And let's actually make that 10 to the bottom. And let's see what this looks like. So we have our current user's name next to their profile picture, and then there's a place for them to update their settings. Let's go to our refresh here for our settings page, our view, and there we can see we have our profile picture next to the name. That's a pretty cool experience. I'm pretty happy with that. But now, what if the user wants to make a change to their profile picture? We're not going to allow them to do it here because that's currently a static image, or it's the dynamic image, albeit, but you can't really change that. We're going to use something a little bit different. Firstly, let's create another group. Let's just copy this group. Actually, no, let's create a new group. We will create a new group. Let's add this group in here. Let's call this group profile picture. And let's, while we're here, let me just change this to be email. Should always name your groups. And let's make this full width. So we won't make it a minimum width of 0. Let's make it full width here. Now, I will also just make this 20 pixels of margin to the left and 20 to the right. We can see there's a bit of a border here that's got 10 pixels, so let's make this 10 pixels to the bottom. Don't have to worry about it to being to the top. What we now want to do, let's add a text element here. Let's call this profile picture. Semicolon, and we'll make it also bold. So it looks the same, it looks consistent. And then lastly, let's center align this in our container. Now, what we now want to do is display this image, but a little bit differently. We actually want to display this in an input form, and that input form is this picture upload. Let me get my head out of the way. Is this picture uploader input form. If I drag that into my group here, of course, I need to make this a row container layout and bring this back one. I can see that I have this different image. So this is an image file or an image element, and this is a picture uploader element, a little bit different. But let me show you how we're gonna do this. Let me change this to be profile picture, the name of this. Let's make it a similar size. Let's make this 70 pixels by 70 pixels. Unfortunately here we can't, actually let's make it 100 pixels. Unfortunately here we can't update, we can't have the option to set it as a fixed ratio, which is a little bit strange, but it's fine. Let's give this a 10 pixels of margin to the left here. And again, let's also vertically align this in the center. What we're doing here is we are wanting to, again, make this have a border roundness of 100 so that it's a circle. Here we are wanting to display as dynamic image, a dynamic image of dynamic data, which is going to be the current user's profile picture again. So that is going to be essentially, in this instance, similar to what we did for our current user's name initial content. That is going to be the initial content of this picture uploader element. Let me show you what I mean. Let me go to my torpedo list preview. And if I hit refresh, I can see that I have this profile picture input, this profile picture uploader input and my user profile picture is the default. So we do have the experience that we want. But what I'm seeing here is that there's actually no way to really tell these apart. So yes, these look the same, but let me just try to make it clear that we're going to want to edit this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to head to my torpedo list bubble editor. I'm going to actually put this in a group. Let's add a group to this group profile picture group. And I'm going to make it, let's make this 100 pixels by 100 pixels. And what we're actually going to do here is, let me just make sure this is all okay. Yes, this is fine. Let's add this picture uploader to the group. So let's place it in that group. Might look a bit different, but let's just change this to be edit PP, edit profile picture. Might sound a bit strange to put the group in the group, but let me explain what I'm going to do now. What I'm now going to do is I'm going to add in an icon, which is going to be a pencil. So that way it is super clear that this is the editable profile picture section. If I just type in the word pencil, we can see this pencil icon here. And what I'm going to do is just rearrange these in a bit of a better way. Currently, I don't want them to be stacked from top to bottom. There is a way to sort of sit this icon over the top of this picture uploader element. Now, what I'm going to do, I am going to move this next, and I am actually going to make this sit in the right-hand side of my group. So what I've just done, I've placed it next in the order, and I'm sitting it to the right-hand side of my group. I will also just change the color. Let's make this be our gray text color. And it does look a little bit too dark. Let's make this 33 pixels in terms of its opacity to make it look the same sort of color here. Now, what we can do with this element is we can actually change the margin. We can actually use a negative value. If I give this a top margin of -100, let's see what happens. Because this element is 100 pixels high, it actually brings it up on top of, or give it the look that it is on top of this element here, which I think looks pretty cool. Let's just see what this looks like. Let's hit refresh and let's refresh this. So as you can see, we have this little pencil on top of this profile picture, which will let our users know that, hey, this is where you edit your profile picture. If I wanted to then go ahead and update my profile picture, what I can then do, if I click on this profile picture button here, this picture uploader element, it will actually bring up my dialog box for my device. Currently I'm on my laptop. So here we have a place where I can add in a new profile picture. Let's say, for example, if I were to choose this business logo instead, I can upload that and it would replace that image, which looks really cool. And if I were to then hit update, I have to build the workflow, but that would then update the profile picture on my account. Now I haven't built out that workflow yet, so if I hit refresh, it will go back to it. So let's go ahead and update that workflow. Let's go to my workflow tab, and I'm going to say here that when the update button is clicked, I'm also going to say that the profile picture is the picture uploader's profile picture's value. So there we have that. Whenever I make a change here, let's go ahead and let's actually test this out. So I'm going to hit refresh. I'm going to click this picture uploader. I'm going to change it to this little business logo. Here we go. If we can go ahead and update that. If I click update, we see that the changes made in my profile picture is set to be the new image, the new picture that I uploaded to the picture uploader. There we go. So here we can see that we've almost completed everything. What I want to do as just one additional, one little styling change. Let's actually firstly let's see that this is 103 pixels. Let's say, similar to what we've done earlier, let's say that we want the minimum width of this group to be 105 pixels. Same for this one, so they're all sort of spaced the same and just look a bit nicer. You'll get what I mean. So here we go. They all are in line. That's great. That's fine. I'm happy with that. But then lastly, when my user updates their settings, we want to show an alert to say your settings have been saved. So let's add an alert to our page. And let's actually, this time we're going to position our alert at the top of our page. But let's give it a margin of 50 pixels to the top. And the reason we're going to do that is so that it sits just in this section here. It just sits nicely underneath our header and it's going to say saved. So this isn't an alert to say warning. This is a happy alert. So let's change it to be green. We don't need a border, and let's change the font color to be white. And the alert that we are going to say is just settings updated. Now what we're going to now do, let me just make this bold as well. Let's make it 700 pixels, 700 weight. Let's head to our workflow tab and let's add this as one last step. So if I type the word alert, we're going to show a message in an alert box. The alert that we're showing is updated, and we are having the animation here that is going to fade in for 500 milliseconds, hold for 2000 milliseconds, and fade out for 500 milliseconds. Let's see this in action. If I go back to my torpedo list preview and I'm going to go ahead and update here, let's just call me Shane the Brain, Shane the Brain. And let's change our profile picture as well. I'm going to click this and add it in. When I hit update, hopefully it updates my name, my profile picture, and shows the alert. It has worked. That is great. So as you can see, we've built our workflow to update our settings just so that I don't drive myself crazy. Let me just change it back. And I'm going to hit update and let's just make those final changes. We can see that we have created a fully functioning settings page. I've just got some very basic settings here. If you wanted to create more settings, you could absolutely do so. But here, let's head back to our Notion checklist and say that we've created our settings page. We are displaying the initial content. We are showing how to update the user's name and profile picture. And then we've built the workflow to make those changes in our database. Great work. Following on from this module, the next section of our course is going to be creating the functionality to allow our users to add tasks, which will be a key part of our application. Throughout this module, I'm going to show you how we'll give our users the ability to create new tasks and build the workflow to add that task to our database. Here on our Notion checklist, working our way down our list of features, the next thing we're going to learn how to do is to create a task. As you can see, we've spent the first section of this course creating the foundation for our application, but now we're getting into the cool stuff. Here, we're not going to be creating any pages per se. We're simply going to be learning how to add a task to our database, as well as edit those tasks should we be required to. As we continue on through this course, we'll then be learning how to place this task addition function in different areas of our application so that our users can actually go ahead and create new tasks or checklist items or whatever you'd like to call it. So let's get into it. We'll head across to our bubble editor and I'm here on our page template page. And the reason I'm here is because we are going to be creating a pop-up as a reusable element that is going to appear on most of our pages throughout our application. In most of the pages we're going to create, we're going to have a button or a prompt to allow a user to create a task. And then when they click on this button, it'll bring up a pop-up where they can enter the task details, set a due date, set a status, and a bunch of other parameters. So for that reason, it makes sense that we're adding this to our page template page. And we're going to add this as a reusable element so that as we make changes, those will reflect across our application as well. So let's get started. But before I do, if you recall in the last module, I had some issues with the background color of this page. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to select this page template here. And in my property editor, I am going to set the background color to be our F3, nice gray color, just so that it's consistent across our application as well. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a pop-up to this page template. Now, when I drag it onto my page here, you'll see that I can set some parameters for it. Let's call this pop-up new task. Now, in this instance, I don't need to set any parameters for the type of content or for the data source just yet. We're simply adding task details to this pop-up and then committing them to our database. This may change when it comes to creating the pop-up to edit our task, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just focus here. Now, just as a personal preference, I like my pop-ups to be 400 pixels wide, just so I have a bit more space to be working with. I can keep it at a fixed height and fit the height to the content for now, but we might change this a little bit later on. So first, let's add a heading to this pop-up so that we are instructing our users what we'd like them to do. Here we are simply going to write new task. This says that it's our new task pop-up. Our users know that this is where they're going to add their task details. I'm going to, while I'm here, change the style of this text heading, I guess. Let's give it a heading 5 style. And let's also head to our layout tab and let's give it 20 pixels of margin to the top, 20 to the left, 20 to the right, and let's give it 20 to the bottom. Now, before I go ahead and add any more elements to this pop-up, I'm just going to take the time to head across to my data tab and look at my task data type so we can see the fields that we're going to have to add to this pop-up. Now, at the moment, we can set a name for our task. That's just going to be the task itself, essentially. We can set a status for this task, as well as a due date, because these are fields that we can just set with our own values. However, we haven't created anything for the project or for the section or for a tag yet. We cover those in a few modules time. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put placeholders here for that. I'm going to actually add these sections into our pop-up once we actually create these aspects of our application. So let's just focus for now on the name, the status, and the due date for our tasks. I'm going to head back to my bubble editor and let's get started firstly with our name. So what I'm going to do here, I'm actually not going to do what I've done in a few modules earlier. I'm not going to have a section where I have the title of my field and then my input field. I'm actually just going to put an input field here where our users are going to add the name of their task. So let me just head down to my input form section. I'm going to drag an input field into my new task pop-up. Let's call this input new task name. And I'm just going to add some styling just so that we can take care of that before we get started. I'm going to add 20 pixels margin to the left, 20 to the right. Let's just go 10 to the bottom here. I might actually, that looks okay actually, I'll leave that there. Now here, if I were to land on this pop-up, I wouldn't quite know what I'm doing here. I don't have any instruction, but that's okay. We've gotten rid of that title there. We've done this intentionally. But I still want to allow my users to know what we want them to add into this input field. So what I'm going to do, I am going to click on this input new task name field here. I'm going to change my placeholder. Now, the placeholder you can see here currently says type here and then 3 dots. And as you can see, it shows up in this light gray text within our box. This is just, yeah, exactly right. It's a placeholder. It's just a suggested text or some instruction that we're giving to our user. So let's change that. Here, let's change it to say type your new task name here. Now, if I landed on this, I would know, okay, this is where I'm going to name my task. This is where I'm going to give it an ID, or this is where I'm going to actually write what the task is. The instructions there, but we've made it full length and full width so we can see exactly what we're supposed to do. So I think that looks pretty cool. Next, we will be adding a group underneath this name section because we are going to give our task a status. So let's call this group status. And I am going to adjust the styling here as usual, not fit width to the content, minimum width of 0, maximum width of infinite. Let's also give it 20 pixels of margin to the left and 20 to the right. And let's go 10 to the bottom once again. Now, firstly here, I'm going to head to add a text element here. I am going to drag it into my group and let's just call this, let's write the word due date. And I am going to make it, let's make it bold because it is the title or it is some instruction. I will also just add a semicolon there as well. Semicolon, colon, I'm not quite sure, sorry about that. But what I might actually do as well while I'm here, I've realized that I haven't set this group to be a row container. The reason it's going to be a row container is because we are going to put our date picker element next to this due date section. And I do also want to ensure that this is centered from a vertical alignment perspective. So I'm going to hit the vertical alignment center there, and we have our title for the next field. So here I'm going to allow our users to add a due date for this task. Now, how am I going to do that? You can see in our data tab that our due date is a date field. Which, as you can see there, currently has this default here. If I head back to my design tab, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a really cool element here, and it is going to be my date picker element. So here you can see just above my head, there is this date and time picker element here. If I drag that into my group, you can see that by default, I'm given this input field similar to what we've seen before, just here. Now, what the consideration here at the moment is that currently it is just exactly that. It is just a date. With our application, we do also want our users to have a time associated with this checklist item or with this task, so that we can have it in a calendar, or say, for example, if we want to add an alarm or a notification to this, we want to say that we want this task to be completed by this date at this time. So what we're going to do is we are going to change it from input type, date, to be date and time. So as you can see, once we've done that, we have added this second field here for the time. So we can allow our users to put in a time for the due time for this task. So let me just quickly, I'm going to just rename this to be date and time picker for new task due date. We're going to call this. And as you can see here, we have some defaults that we can change. We have here, for example, our date format. If we want to change it just from the normal month, day, year, or we can change it to be more text-based. We can also change it to be, if you're, say from Australia, for me, we have the date first, so the 15th of the 1st, or you can make it custom however you like. So you can basically rewrite it how you please. Let's say, for example, yes, I do want it to have my Australian way of writing the date. So let me say that I'm going to get rid of this DDD, which is, as you can see, the first 3 letters of the day of the week. If I choose to get rid of that, it will remove it, and I don't want that to be included. I do want it to be DD and then the M. So let me go DD, which is the date, and then the month. I will say MM just to be safe as well. And it does have here some more text where we can say the month, and then in brackets, the 3 letters of the month, and then some more information there. So let me get rid of that because all I want to have is the day, and then the month, and then the year. Now next, you can see we are given a few more options. We can start the week on a Monday. We can then display a drop down to pick the month of the year. When we pick our times, what I'm going to do, I want to test this. So I want to be able to test this to bring this pop-up up. So let me just go ahead, and I'm going to temporarily just add a button here. I'm going to add a button to my page template page, just to say show new task pop-up. Because what I want to do, I want to be able to test this so that I can see what it looks like in an environment, in a development environment. So I've just added a button temporarily. I'm also going to just add a workflow here so that when the button show new task pop-up is clicked, we are in fact going to show an element, and that element is our pop-up new task. So let me head to this preview section. I am on my page template. So I'm going to preview my application, and I'm going to wait for it to load, and then we're going to show a new task pop up. So here we can see we've clicked the button and we have our new task here. I can say, for example, give my task a name, new task, and then let's see how we interact with this due date, date and time picker element. So when I click on this due date, we can see here that I am given this drop down where I can pick a date that I want this task to be due. So let's say, for example, I set it to be on Thursday, and let's see what happens when I click this time picker here. We do have these options to set as a due date. As a due time rather. So as you can see here, these are in intervals of 30 minutes. If I wanted to change that to be in an hour, let me just bring this up, to be 60 minutes, to be 1 hour in between my selections. If I go ahead and click refresh, this list should drop. So that's just up to you. That's however you want to set it. As you can see now, we have 1 hour intervals between the times that we can select. So that's a completely personal preference for you. I'm going to leave it at 60 minutes just so that the list isn't as long. So let's head back to our bubble editor and let's see if there's anything more we can see. We can set some minimum dates and some maximums and minimum hours and maximum hours if you please. However, I'm going to leave those blank because I'm going to give full freedom to my users. What I will do is I'll add some styling here. So let me say I want to add, we don't want this element to be fixed width. Let's make it a minimum width of 0 and a maximum width of infinite. Let's also just add 10 pixels to the left here, just so there's a bit of spacing. And I think that looks pretty cool. Next, we are going to allow our users to set a status for their task. So what I'm going to do, I am just going to copy this group. Oops, how did I go ahead and name that wrong? That is crazy. We were just setting the group to be due date rather. So let me go ahead and copy this due date group. I am going to hit Control or Command C and then Control Command V. And I'm going to rename this to be group status. Sorry about that, everybody. Now let's rename this group, this text here to be status. And I am going to go ahead and I'm going to remove this data time picker because we're not going to need it. Instead, I'm going to add a drop down. And the reason I'm going to add a drop down for my status is because we have 3 options for our status field that you can see here. It is going to be either not started, in progress, or complete. So let's head to our design tab and see how we're going to do that. Underneath our input forms section here, there is a built-in drop-down feature in Bubble, which again, really cool. Let's drag this into our group status here. And we can see here that we do have this cool drop-down looking input field, similar to in the style that we've seen before, but we're going to make a few changes here before we test this out. So with this drop-down, let's call this drop-down status. We are given a few options. So we do see a placeholder here, which we can say choose an option. We're fine to leave it like that. However, we're given 2 options for our choices. So with a drop down, you do have a preset set of choices that you'll want to display. Now, there are 2 options here. You can choose them to be static, and static choices, you can simply write the 3 options. So you can write not started, or in progress, or complete. However, the problem here is that, let's say, for example, you were to add additional statuses, such as, in testing or requires more information or something like that, then you'd have to actually go in and add these manually to every section where this drop down is. However, for that reason, we are going to not choose them to be static. We are going to choose them to be dynamic. Now, when we select this dynamic choices option, we see this. We do see where we can set the type of choices that we want to give our users. Now, of course, we want the type of choices to be our statuses that we set in our options sets section. The reason we want to do this is because, like I said, if we want to add some options later down the line, we can do that here, and then it will reflect in this drop down automatically. So if I set the type of choices to be the option sets of status, and I choose the choices source to be all statuses, then it is going to be all the statuses that we have set in this option set here. So it's going to be all of them, which is fantastic. And the option caption, we want the option caption, so what we want them to display for each of the statuses to be the current options display. As you recall, with our option sets, we do have this display field, which is essentially the text field. It's just the display of the options. So not started, in progress, or complete. They are the options that we see. Now we can set a default value if we like. We can say that we want by default all task statuses to be not started. However, we do want to, personally, let's give them that flexibility. If they want to add a new task that is already completed, that is fine. Let's update the styling before we go ahead and test this. We will make it a minimum width of 0, maximum width of infinite, and let's again add 10 pixels of margin to the left. But what I might actually quickly do, just so that we have some uniformity here, let's see that our text due date is 68 pixels. Let's make that a minimum width of 70 pixels just to be safe. Let's do the same here with our status. We want a minimum width here of 70 pixels for our text box so that they are just aligned a little bit nicer. So let's go ahead and test this and see what we are greeted with when we show our new task pop-up. Click the new task pop-up. We've already tested these ones, so that's fine. Let me click on this status dropdown, and we can see that we can choose from our 3 options: not started, in progress, or complete. Once we click these options, we can see that it automatically changes and displays in our box, in our drop-down box here, which is fantastic. Now, let's go ahead and let's add our other fields for the time being for our new tasks. Now, like I said, we do have these data types. We do have these things like a section, which will refer to the section that we're choosing, or the project, or a tag, which will be where we can add tags to our tasks. However, we haven't quite set these up. So what we're going to do, we're just going to put placeholders here for now. Let's go ahead and let's add our 3 groups, one for project, one for section. Oops. I have to click away from here. Let's add it again. There we go. So we have project, section, and one for tags. I am just going to get rid of all of the input fields and just have them as blank for now. Let's rename this to be, this one can be project, not project, project. This one can be section. just put a semicolon after my project, and I will call this one tags. And then let's of course rename our groups. So this is group tag, this is group section, and this is group project. So like I said, these are just placeholders for now because we are going to add the ability to assign a task to a project or a section and add tags to a task rather when that time comes. So now that we've created our pop-up, what I'm going to do is I am going to add a button to allow us to commit this new task to our database and actually add this new task for our users. So let's go ahead and add a button to the bottom of our pop-up here. I am just going to quickly just add, let's say a name, add new task. Let's call this create task here. Create task, that's the label. We are going to head to our layout tab. Let's give it 20 pixels of margin to the left, 20 to the right, 20 to the bottom. Let's just also give it, let's give it 20 to the top just so that it sort of is the same as this heading. Some good design principles there. Now what we're going to do, let us go ahead and let's head to our appearance tab and let's add a workflow for whenever this button is clicked. So add workflow, whenever the button add new task is clicked, what are we wanting to do? We want to create a new task. So what we're going to do, we are going to just write create a new thing, or we can head to our data things and create new thing. The thing that we are going to create is of type task. And if we go ahead and click this add all fields, we are given the options for all of the fields that we want to set when we are creating our new task. Now, for the time being, we don't have any selections for our project, our section, or our tag. So I am just going to hit the trash can to delete those, but I can set a name, a status, and a due date for our task based on what was on the pop-up. So let's go ahead and do that. So what is the value that we want to add? Let's say first for our name. The name we want to set to be the input new task names value. Nice and simple. Whatever text value we put in this new task name input field is what we want to set as the name of our task. The status, we want to say it is going to be not from these options. We don't want it to be static. We want it to be dynamic. So we are going to choose the drop-down statuses value. So again, whatever status is selected from this drop-down is what we want to set our new task to be. Nice and simple. And for our due date, same thing. We want to set it to be whatever value is in our date and time picker element there. So again, whatever value is set for our date and time picker, we can set that to be the case there. We are given some options here to adjust the formatting, but what that will unfortunately do is convert it into text, which we don't want it to be. We want it to stay in the date format that it is in, because we have our the type of data for this due date is of type date. So let's go ahead and let's test this. Let me head to my preview and I'm going to hit refresh and let's see if we can create a new task. So if we go to create a new task, let's call this just test task. Let's say that it is due in the end of October at 1400, which is 2 p.m. And the status of this is just in the status of not started. Now I'm going to hit create task and I'll notice that we haven't created any sort of workflows after this. So all it is going to do is create a new task and add it to our database. It's not going to close us this pop-up just yet, which we might do shortly. So let's head back to our bubble editor. Let's head to our date types. Let's head also to our app data tab where we can actually see our development database, and we can see that we have created our test task, which is fantastic. It's got the name, it has got the status, and it has got the due date set there, which is great. We don't have the project section or tag just yet. We'll add these later on. However, we do need to add another step before we move on. With all of our, let's say for our tasks, we can see here that we have assigned this, or it has been created by, well, in our user's instance, we will have it created by a user. So say for example, if I were to run our application as my Shane test, let's go ahead and test it here. Let's just create another test, another task. The due date will be the 31st again. Let's say it's just 11 a.m. and not started. Let's create that. If we head back to our app data development database, we can see here that this task has been created by Shane at test, which is great. We want all of our tasks to be assigned to that user so that when a user logs in, they only see their tasks. But to make that the case, in our users section, we do need to add this task that has just been created. We need to assign that to the user. So we've assigned a user to the task. We need to assign the task to the user so that when the user loads their application, we can run some queries to say, find all of Shane Test's tasks. So how are we going to do that? What are we going to do? We need to add another step in our workflow. So what we need to do here, we need to make changes to a thing. We are going to make a change to the current user, actually. So the current user that is logged in, we are making a change to their database record. We are making a change to their entry here, whatever their user is. In our workflow tab, we are going to change a field. And what we're going to change is their list of tasks. And how are we going to make a change to that? We are going to add the task that was created in step 1. So what does this mean? In our data types, we do see that the task field here is a list of tasks. So as you can imagine, we have in this user record, we have a list of tasks, every single one that is assigned to them. Whenever we create a new task, all we're doing is adding the most recently created task to that list. So if we have 50 tasks already assigned, when we click this add task option here, we are just adding that to the list. Now, what's really cool with Bubble is if you think of this workflow, you can think of these things happening one after the other all at the same time. If we were to, let's say, for example, create a task, we have to somehow then reference this exact task when we make the change to the user. And adding that in the same workflow is a really cool and easy way to do that. So that is why I love Bubble. We can say that the result of step 1, so step 1, what we're trying to do is create a new task. That task has been created in step 1. The result of step 1 is what we are adding to the list of tasks in step 2. I hope that all makes sense. So the task that we created in step 1, we are then adding to the list of tasks assigned to this user in step 2. Let me show you this in practice. So let's go ahead and let's go into, let me just get rid of this one because this was, in this instance, we're signed in as Shane. Let's just double check to see if that's the case. If we head to our, we can't head to our settings tab. Let's type in settings up here. Settings, so we can see in our settings page that we are logged into Shane here, which is great. Let's go back. So let me create a new task and let's see if it is assigned to Shane. So let's go third task test, same due date, not started, create task. Now let's head back to our database. Let's go to app data and we can see that we have added that task to this user record. So in our tasks, we've created a third task. We've then assigned that to Shane Test. Everything in Bubble has a unique ID. However, we're not going to worry too much about this long string of text or this unique ID because when we display it in our task list in our application, we can reference the name. So we can reference this task's name whenever we're showing this in our database. So we don't have to worry too much about seeing something, an entry that looks a bit strange there, because when we show it in our application, it is going to be the task name and all the information related to that task. That's that relational database awesome feature, which we're going to make the most of. So really cool, we have created our task. Let me just go back to my workflow and I am going to make an additional step here. We are going to hide an element, and that element that we're going to then hide after showing it, after we have created our new task, we then want to hide that pop-up. So at first we're showing it when we click our button, and then we are creating a new task, and then we're going to hide it. So let me just show you what we're doing here. Let's just type in 4th, and let's just again give it a date. So let's just test to confirm that it has worked. So let's create task, and then we hide the element, because let's say, for example, if we do have this pop up on our list of tasks, we then want to hide that and see that the task has been added to our list on our application. So I haven't done that yet. We are going to make that in a few modules time. However, what I am going to do, as you might have noticed there, I have said that we want to have this pop up on each of our pages. So what we're actually going to do is we are going to convert this pop-up to be a reusable element now that we have created it. So if I go ahead and convert this to be a reusable element, we are going to call this new dash task. When I hit create, we can see that we do have this new reusable element added to our list here, which we can then go ahead when we get to each of our pages, we can just simply add this pop-up to the page, which is really cool. Let me head back to my page template. And what I'm actually going to do, I am going to remove this element here, this pop-up new task. And the reason that is because I'm going to replace it with our reusable element. So let me just hit delete here, and I can scroll down, move my head, and just add this new task reusable element. It's still going to have all the same features, but this time it's going to be a reusable element. You can see it there because it's purple. Let me just change my max width here just to be, actually let's make this a fixed width to be 400 pixels, that's fine. Now I will need to just confirm that all of my buttons still work. So this button here, let's just keep it for now. And let's just say that when new task pop-up is clicked, we are showing, you can see that it actually removed that next step because we did remove that from our workflow. So we removed it from our elements tree. So whenever button show new task is clicked, we want to show an element, and that element this time is our reusable one that you can see because it's got an A there. So we are adding that reusable element back into the workflow. If we just quickly as well, just double check that in our new task reusable element, all of the workflows still work fine. So yes, we are hiding the new task element, which is fine. All of our workflows still are fine. That is great. I'm happy with that. That's cool. Now, what I want to do is I want to show how we are going to then allow our users to make a change to this task or to a task that they've created. They're going to have to firstly select the task that they want to make a change to or make an edit to before they go ahead and make the change. Otherwise, how are we going to know which task we are editing? So what I'm going to do just temporarily, I'm going to actually just add a repeating group here where we are going to display our tasks so that we can show how we can then show the pop-up to edit a task. I might be saying a lot of confusing words here, but just let me explain. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a repeating group to our page here, just temporarily, like I said. Now, what is a repeating group? A repeating group is where we can dynamically show content from a list. So if I head, let's say, to our data tab here, we can see here that we have a bunch of tasks. We have a bunch of tasks, all with different information within them, with different names, different due dates. In this case, they're the same status, but we have a list of items. In our users database here, we can see that for Shane Test, we do have a number of tasks associated with this user. So what we want to do in a repeating group, we want to show all of the list items, all of the tasks associated with this user. And the way that we're going to do that is with a repeating group. Now we'll note that the reason we're going to do that in a repeating group is because a repeating group dynamically adds for every single entry. Let's say, for example, if I were to just create a normal group and I wanted to show these two tasks, what's going to happen when I add a third task? I'm going to have to somehow add a third group so that I can show all of the tasks information associated there. Just a bit of a nightmare. But luckily, Bubble allows us to create what's called repeating groups so that we can dynamically show the number of rows, each item in that that is associated with that data type. So let me show you what we're going to do here. Let's just firstly, let's set this this is just temporary. We're going to remove this. Let's say this is called repeating group tasks. And the type of content we're going to display in our repeating group is our data type of task. This is the type of content that we want to link to this repeating group. And the data source is where we're going to ask Bubble to find the tasks that we want to display in this repeating group. Now, there are two options here. I could choose this do a search for, because here I'm essentially asking Bubble, hey, I want you to look in our database and I want you to see all of the tasks and I want you to do a search for those that have been created by Shane Test. Now, that will be a lot of work. Bubble would have to do a search of our database to find all of the tasks that have been created by Shane Test. The alternative, which is a better solution, is to only look at the Shane Test user and show me all of the tasks that have been created by that one user. So rather than Bubble having to look through an entire database, we're only going to get them to look at one database entry and find all the tasks that we've associated there. So just a nice way to make our app nice and fast, and then also not put so much work on Bubble's end. So How am I going to do that? We are going to say that the data source, we're not going to do a search for tasks that have been created by the user Shane Test. What we're instead going to do, let's delete this, we're not going to search for tasks. All we're going to do is we are going to display the current user's tasks. So the current user that's logged in, we're going to display all of the tasks that are associated to them. Now here we can set some parameters. We can say if we want to show a fixed number of rows, we don't want to do that. We want to dynamically display the number of rows depending on how many tasks a user might have. We're going to touch on this shortly. Fixed number of columns, that's fine. Let's only show one column. I will go ahead and let's just make some changes here. Actually, we're just testing this here, so I don't really need to set too many changes. I am just going to change to be a minimum height of 0 so that we can add all of our tasks. We aren't constrained to show a number of tasks. Let me just for the time being, let me add a margin of 20 pixels to the left and 20 to the right here. I will also make my element. Let's just not choose to fit it to the width of the content. Let's make it full. And let's get minimum width of 0. Okay, just had to get that sorted. What we're now going to do is we are going to then, let's say I wanted to show all the information related to a certain task. So for example, let's just change our layout to be a row container layout, and we wanted to display in text the task's name. So what I could do, let me add this text box here. And what I want to show is I want Bubble to find, let's say we want to find the current user's task. So in our database, we're going to find this first task. I want Bubble to show this first tasks. I want it to show the name. So the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to head back to let me just find it. Let me go back to my Bubble editor. And in this text box, I'm going to display dynamic data. I don't want it to be static. I want it to be dynamic. And I want it to be that particular item's name. And the way that we're going to do that is by referring to a cell. So in a repeating group, you have a number of groups, which they call cells, which is essentially, this is, at the moment, we're showing one cell. Let me just quickly, before I move on, let me just show what I mean here. If we were to make this a minimum height of 200 pixels, here we can see 3 cells because we have cell 1, cell 2, cell 3. That's just the way that we refer to a cell. And we want each cell to display a different task. I hope that makes sense. Let me show you what I mean. So we are going to display the current cell's task. So the task that is being referred to in this first repeating group or cell, we're going to say that task's name. So here we can see, let me showcase this in our preview. Let me hit refresh here. Here we can see our repeating group has been added and we have our third task, which is the third one that we assigned to the user, and our fourth one there, we have our names there. A good start. Let's then go ahead and I'm going to show here the really cool power of repeating groups. Let me then add another text element here. We are going to display the current cell's tasks due date. Let's just add 10 pixels of margin to the left and 10 to the right, just add some spacing. And then let's add lastly, let's add the current cell tasks, the status. Status is display because we're displaying the display of the option set. Now, if I go back and hit refresh, here we can see that we are displaying all of the information related to that particular task, that entry. So I've just given a quick little intro to repeating groups. It's not the point of what I'm trying to show here. What I'm trying to show here is that let's say we want to make a change to this group. We want to make a change to this task. We want to make a change to this item. What we want to do is we want to then show a pop-up that will allow us to make changes to this task. But what we have to do is we have to display the current information of the task in the pop-up. So say, for example, we were to want to make a change to this task. We do want to have that information preloaded here so that we can then go ahead and edit our task. So let me show you how to do that. What we're going to do, we're going to just start from scratch again. Let's go ahead and add a new pop-up to our page here. We're going to make a repeating group shortly. Let's call this pop-up edit task. Now here we do have a type of content that we are going to set. The type of content that we are going to set this pop-up to be is task. The reason that is the case is because we are going to be displaying task data in here. We need to let Bubble know that, and I'll show you why shortly. The data source here, in some instances we would pre-fill this. However, we're going to leave this blank, and I'll show you again the reason why, because we are going to set a data source in a short moment. I'll show you how we're going to do that. let me make this width of 400 pixels just once again. And let's add our heading here. Let's add it as a text element. We are going to say that this is where we are going to allow users to edit a task. Now I'm going to again make this my heading 5 style, and let's also add 20 pixels of margin to the top, 20 to the left, 20 to the right, and 20 to the bottom. Now, if you recall, with our new task, we're going to essentially replicate this. We're going to replicate all of the fields here. So the way I'm actually going to do that, I am actually just going to head to my new task reusable element. Let's drag and let's select all of these just to save us a bit of time. Bit cheeky here. Let's go ahead and copy this. Let's actually copy we don't need to copy with workflows. Let's just copy this here. I'm going to head to my page template. I'm going to head to my pop-up edit task, and let's see if we can paste this here. So as you can see, we've just successfully pasted all of that information. It's been in a bit of a different order. Let me drag the name to the top. We've just saved ourselves a lot of time because we're dragging all of this across. While we're here, let's just change our name so that we can differentiate them. Let's also call this edit due date. Let's call this drop down edit status. And we're okay to leave all of these just for now. That is fine. We do also want to just change the name of this to be update. Because we didn't copy across the workflow, we don't have a workflow associated with this button yet, so that's fine. Now, what we want to do is we want to display the information that we are editing. We want to display the current tasks that we're editing. We want to display that name, display the due date, display the status so that we know what we're changing. And if we don't change it, we want to just leave that and commit it to the database. So let me show you how we're going to do that. With our initial content, we are going to set that to be dynamic. We're not going to set it to be blank. We want that to be pre-filled. So the way we're going to do that is we aren't going to have a placeholder. We're not going to worry about that because this is never going to be blank. It is always going to have the parent group task's name. So with this group, this is why we set the group type to be task, so that Bubble knows that we are looking for the parent group's task. The parent group, this group being the parent group's task's name is what we want to display here. And we aren't going to set it as a placeholder because we want to set it, let's say for example, they don't change that. We want it to be the initial content. We want this to be pre-filled in the input field here. So we have the parent group's task name pre-filled. And let me show you how to send that shortly, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's just focus here for now on continuing to set the initial content. Here in our due date section, let's do the same. For our initial content, we want it again to be, actually, I have noticed that we do have to make a quick change. So let's see here, we do have, in this instance, we had the parent group. If we look at our elements tree, the parent group of this input field, the parent group is the edit task pop-up, which is of type task, so that's fine. However, our date and time picker actually sits inside another group here, which currently doesn't have a type of content. So here we can say that we do also want the type of content for this group to be task. We're just going to cascade those down. But here we are setting a data source. We want the data source to be the parent group's task. Now I'll show you more of what I mean of this again later. But we do want this data source to be the parent group task. This is a very important step, and I'll show you why shortly. We're going to do the same for this status while we're here. We are going to set it to be data type of task, and our data source is going to be the parent group's task. So let's head back here. Let's change our initial content to be the parent group's task's due date. Let's also do the same for our status. We want to have a default value to be the parent group's task's due date. You will know, status. You will notice that there's a bit of a change. So here in the input fields and the date time fields, it's called initial content. However, for our status, it's called our default value. So just a quick thing to note there. Okay, let me head back, and I'm just going to, just so that I can show what I mean, I'm going to copy this button, and let's change this button to say edit task. Now, if I were to say that we want, whenever this button is clicked, this is going to be wrong, by the way, so don't do this. We want to show an element, and we want to show the edit task pop-up. If I were to then head to my Bubble editor, and if I were to click this edit task, when I click this, we don't have any information in it just yet. The reason that's an issue is because we haven't selected which task we want to edit. We want that to be done whenever we click one of these options here. Whenever we actually click a task itself, we want to say to Bubble, this is the task that we want to edit. Now we can do this in a number of ways. We can say, for example, add maybe like a little pencil icon or something like that to say this is the task that we want to edit. But what I want to show is how to create an experience where you can just click on this anywhere and it'll bring up the edit task pop-up. So to do that, we have to actually, firstly, we have to put all of these elements inside a group. We have to add a group to our repeating group. A little bit confusing, but let me show you how we're going to do that and why we're going to do that. Let me here select these 3 items. So I'm holding the shift key, I'm selecting all of these. So here we can see we have selected all 3 of these. I'm going to right click. Let's group these elements in a row container. As you can see, it hasn't changed the formatting or anything. All it's done, it has put them in this group task group here. So we have joined these 3 items in a group. And the cool thing is it is already preset the data source. So it already knows that these elements are of the type task. So it has said that for this group, the group is the type task and the data source is the current cell's task. So the entry or the task that is displayed in this first cell will be what it is pulling the information from. That is the data source for this group, which then cascades down to this group here. So rather than it being the current cell's task, it is the parent group, which is this group here, which is relating to this cell. All a little bit confusing, but once you get your grip on the cascading type of data sources and the like, really simple to follow. Now what we're going to do here is where we want to trigger our workflow. We want to say that whenever anything within this space is clicked, we want to trigger our workflow. So here we are saying that whenever group task is clicked, we want to then show the pop-up. We want to show an element, and the element that we want to show is pop-up edit task. Let's head back to our preview and let's see if this has worked. So now when we click on, well, you can see via my cursor that it is now changed into a little hand, meaning it's a link. So once we click on this, the cool thing is that hopefully our edit task pop-up shows, and it has. However, we don't have any information stored in this. Why is that? Because we haven't instructed Bubble that we want the data source of this task pop-up, this edit task pop-up, to be that is selected here. Unfortunately, we can't do this in the workflow editor. We can't say that for our pop-up, we can't say that we want the data source of this pop-up to be the one. There's no real way to say that it is dependent on whatever it is clicked here. We can't quite do that here. We have to do that in the workflow tab. So the way we're going to do that is that whenever the group task is clicked, whenever one of these group tasks groups is clicked, we want to send the data, we want to send this task and the data associated with it into that pop-up. So let me show you how to do that. In our workflow, let's display data in a group. You can tell Bubble already knows that we're going to do this. So we are going to display data in a group or send the data. So let's display the data in a group. The element that we want to display data in is our pop-up edit task, and the data to display is the current cell's task. So what are we doing here? When we click this pop-up, we want to send that data to the pop-up. We want to display the data in the pop-up, and we want to say to Bubble and to our user that this is the data that we are changing. This is the database entry. Let's take a look at it. Hopefully now when I click this option here, this third task, it'll display in our edit pop-up task. Let's see. There we have it. So we have clicked on this and we can see this is the information that we are editing. It is all of the information associated with this task here, with this entry in our database, with this cell. All really cool stuff here. So now that we have our data displayed in our edit task pop-up, let's go ahead and create the workflow to edit or to update this task information. Now what I can do here, let's head back to our Bubble editor. Let's do it from scratch. Let's scroll up to our pop-up edit task and let's create a new workflow. Now we want to, whenever button add new task, let me just so that I fully exactly know what I'm working with, I'm going to change it to be button update task. Whenever button update task is clicked, we don't want to create a new thing. We don't want to create a new task. We don't want to delete something and recreate it. We only want to edit a task. We want to make a change to a thing. So to find that, we go into data things. We want to make change to a thing. Now, what is the thing that we want to change? We want to change this entry in our database. We want to change this task. Where can we find out what that task is? It is because it is the data of this pop-up. We've sent the data from this group to this pop-up, and now that is the data that we are wanting to change. That is the task that we are wanting to change. So the thing to change is the parent group's task. Now, Bubble knows that this button is an element within this parent group. And again, the task that is within the parent group is the task that has been sent, that has been selected here. So we want to change here the parent group's task of that button, which is the pop-up. Let's add all the fields. Let's remove project section and tag. We do want to say here that we are wanting to say that the parent group task, we want to make the changes to the thing. We want to change the task, and each of the entries, similar to what we did when we were creating a new task, we want to say that whatever values are set in these fields are what we want to update, we want to set the task to be. Now, because we set our default values and initial values, they are already preloaded. So even if, for example, we don't make a change, it is updating them, but it is keeping them to what they are. So we are saying here that we want the due date to be the edit task due date's date typing of value. We want the name to be the input edit tasks names value, and want the status to be the drop down edit statuses value. So really cool, easy stuff there. Let me just go ahead and let me just add our last step in our workflow to hide the element. We're wanting to, once we make that change, we then want to hide the element of pop-up edit task. And let's see if this works. So let's say, for example, we want to make a change to our third task. Let's say that we want to change it to be third task to be completed. We say that the due date is being pushed back to next week. The date's fine and it is now in progress. I'm working on it. Let's hit update. And the cool part is that when we hit update, we will see that change happen automatically in this database entry, in this group here, in this repeating group. If I hit update, let's see what happens. Fantastic. It has automatically updated this task. It has automatically updated all of the data fields that we set here, depending on what we changed in our edit task here. And we can also see I've just gone ahead and re-clicked it, and it has updated and sent the new information, or displayed the new information in this database entry, which is really cool. We can now go ahead and make changes to our tasks after we've created them. We can create them, we can update them. How cool is that? Now again, just before we move on, let's go ahead and let's say that we are going to add this in a numerous places within our site, So let's create this to be a reusable element. Let's go ahead and let's show our pop-up. Let's right click here and let's convert it to be a reusable element. Let's call this edit task. We are going to be displaying lists of tasks in a number of places throughout our application. So we do want to say that whenever a task is clicked, we want to bring this up to allow the user to edit the task. It's also just good to display all the task information. So let's head to, our edit task pop up here. We can see it there. It is of a fixed width, so we don't need to go ahead and make that change. It's of 400 pixels, which is fantastic. If we were to, just as an example, again, let's remove this single element and let's add the reusable element version to our application. It does actually, I didn't set it to be a fixed width. Let's fix it width at 400 pixels. Let's say here that we do, we'll quickly do it. Let's just double check that it works. Whenever group task is clicked, we now instead want to show an element, and we want to show the reusable element, which is called edit task. And I want to display the data. The data we want to display the element rather is edit task, and the data to display is the current cell's task as well. So let's just make sure that all works. This is a good tester and a good preview to show what we're going to do throughout a number of other areas in our application. We can see once it reloads, we're going to click on an element and show that data in the pop-up. So here we are, we've reloaded. Let's click on it, and yes, it still all works fine. Our update button should work too, so let's just double check that. Let's just change it back. Third task that is done. We won't actually change the name of a task whenever it's completed, but let's say, for example, if it is completed, we hit update, and there we go. That pop-up works. We can now create a task, and we can edit a task, And a cool thing as well here, we don't actually then go and we're not going to then add or make a change to that task associated with that user because it is already associated with the user. I know I said when we created a new task, we had to add it to this user entry. Because it's already associated, we don't need to do that. We are just changing this one here. So all really easy stuff, really exciting stuff. Before I move on, let's go ahead and clear this away. We don't need it anymore because we have created our reusable elements, which is fine there. I am now going to go ahead and let us tick off these boxes. We have allowed a user to create a new task, add the new task pop-up as a reusable element, and we've created the workflow to create a task. We've also done the same for editing a task and updating the task in our database. Fantastic work. And just like that, that is all the time I have to include within this video today. As you can see, we've been building for literally hours and there's still so many features that I need to uncover in as much detail as possible. If you wanted to watch the rest of my checklist app course, I'd recommend hitting the link in the description of this video, so that way you can get access to the entire course right now. And while that full course is going to cost you money, I'm confident that it's going to save you months of time having to learn how to rebuild all of the individual features from scratch. So if you really want to launch your app as quickly as possible, I definitely recommend checking it out. At this point in time, there's still so many features that we need to uncover. We still need to create the different views to show our tasks, projects, and sections, and make edits to our tasks to assign them to the appropriate categories. We then have to add filters so that we can view our tasks in a number of different ways, such as by tag, status, and section. We will also need to then create an index page to allow our users to see the most important tasks and a summary of what they're required to complete, and wrap things up with some additional tips to help you get the most out of your app. I truly wasn't lying when I said there's still so many features that we need to walk through. If you wanted to stay up to date with any additional Bubble resources we share on this channel, I'd always recommend hitting that subscribe button. So that way you can be the first to know whenever the Building with Bubble team drops a new video. For now though, I just wanted to say a massive thank you for watching up to this point of our tutorial today, and I wish you all the best on your own no-code journey.